Thank you for quieting down so quickly. I appreciate that. Before we begin, I'd like to describe to each of you the hearing examiner process for our public hearing tonight. And before we start, if you have cell phones, please turn them off or put them on silent. If your cell phone rings, I will make you go outside. The purpose of today is to receive testimony of findings of fact from the city staff, the applicant, and the public present. Tonight's proceedings will be televised and streamed and are taped for the public record. Any appeals to my determination. So all testimony must begin by stating your name into the microphone for the record. This public hearing, after we close it, I will not make a finding tonight. My findings are not made and available until Tuesday of next week, so don't anticipate a finding tonight. We do have a sign-in sheet up here in the front, so before you testify, we will ask that you sign in, and I'll review this again. The following is the official agenda of this meeting. Discussion and action will be limited to those items on the agenda. Any citizen who wishes to address me shall first be recognized by me and shall give your name for the record. If a citizen wishes to read documentation of any sort to me, you shall first seek permission from me. Oral testimony will be restricted to no more than 3 minutes per person. I will first introduce the applicant. I will hear from the applicant. I will then hear findings of fact from the city staff. And then after that, we will hear testimony from the public present. I will allow the applicant a final rebuttal period in response to any public comment. I will then close the hearing and reiterate the schedule for my determination. I declare this public hearing open at 5:33 p.m. on Thursday, May 14th, 2026. If you're going to talk, please go outside. My name is Kathleen Lewis. I served for 8 years on the Planning and Zoning Commission and provided community planning services to cities and counties in Southeast Idaho. I am the hearing examiner for tonight's conditional use permit to allow a potential data center to be built at the property known at 1800 River Park Way. I am disclosing that I have visited the site to observe the surroundings and the physical nature of the request. I have had no ex parte communication with anyone prior to, during, or since my visit. There is nothing personally or professionally that would not allow an impartial or unbiased decision. At this time, I would like to invite the applicant to come forward for their presentation. Is the applicant here? Thank you. There will be no demonstrations from the public, please. Thank you.
Well,
if you'd introduce yourself, please.
my name is Gus. Can you hear me?
No.
Hello?
Okay. Thank you.
My name is Gus Schultz, and I'm the applicant.
Excuse me, if we could have quiet, please.
Miss Lewis?
Yes.
Thank you for being here and taking your time. I want to say thank you for everybody else being here. I know that it takes time out of your day to be here. And you can make someone pretty nervous with this many people. But I'm here to tell you about what we want to do or propose to do. And from my understanding, we're here for a CUP, conditional use permit, to allow us to put a data center at whatever scale we can, as far as depending on Idaho Power, but in the old Hoku site. And there's a lot of stuff in that packet that you've probably read, and it'll be a lot better for you to read that than for me to speak. But what we're planning on doing is really taking something that's been vacant for a long time and making good use out of it. You know, when we looked at this site, it's very unique in itself. You know, the infrastructure that's there and what was proposed to be there and all those things. And we really think we've come with a solution of how to use that and bring more jobs and more I don't know, taxes or, you know, to build something, really. And do you have questions for me?
Would you describe what the project entails?
Project's gonna entail cleaning it up,
Cleaning up the site where?
cleaning up the site.
Okay,
That's a big thing. As you've been out there, it looks like a bomb went off. Some people started to clean it, it kind of sat. I don't know how long it's been sitting. But to do what we want to do, we need to go in there and really, a lot of stuff's been recycled over the years. But we need to get rid of all that, either raise it or get rid of all the debris that's there. You know, we're working with Idaho Power. We've talked to them a little bit. If we can get power, and we've got to do a study, that's going to take about 6 months to do. And then they'll come back with their findings on that, and that'll determine exactly what we do and what scale we'll do on the site. All the water infrastructure is already there, so we don't have to do any of that. The gas line, if we decide to do that, is already there. Mostly all the power infrastructure is there because the Hoku site was able to do about 125 megawatts is what they were approved for, from my understanding. And to upgrade from that is not much more. But we would make, you know, different buildings, areas to put the servers and different things like that, you know, and the data communication's already on site and it already runs back to Salt Lake. So we're not, as far as the ground goes, we're not having to do much. We're having to build upright and put the servers in there and just get them up and running.
are you going to need to construct a new building?
We're going to construct a new building. We don't know the size yet until we know the power. And once we get into more research, right now we've got it designed that I think there's 7 different buildings on the site.
Would those be individual buildings?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, thank you for saying something. I had asked if they would build, the answer was yes, 7 individual buildings?
Right now we have it designed at 7 different buildings, yeah.
Okay, and part of what you're working on right now is with Idaho Power
Yes,
in determining the power usage?
yes.
Okay, so if I understand you correctly, until you know how much power is able to be supplied, you will not be able to do design?
Well, we can start designing with assumptions that will come in, because design's going to take, oh, sorry. It takes probably 6 to 8 months to design something, if not a year, depending on the architects and all that. So we'll start moving on it, but their study takes a while.
Okay, so until you have the power study, you can't do the design. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, we have to wait for that.
Okay. Do you know how much water you would need for the loop?
You know, I had a chance to read all the things that came in today. I got all, however many there were, I think there's about 5 that I didn't get to read. And so I did a little more research on the water, and once it's filled, from what I have talked to my constituents or people that know more than me, is we were not going to use much more than 4 or 5 houses worth of water in the consumption.
Excuse me, if the public could please. Really?
And that's in a year's.
Then you may be invited out if you cannot be quiet. Thank you.
And then that's in a year span. To fill it up, it's depending on how many we have, it's 250 to 300 gallons. And then there's about 5% evaporation through the year. But it's not like the old systems that were water cooled or air cooled.
Okay, all right. And you are with Lex Developments LLC?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Where is that located?
Arizona.
Okay. And where is Portneuf Capital LLC located?
That's who I bought the property from. I don't know where they're out of, but I bought the property from them.
So you brought the property out where Hoku currently,
Yes.
the old Hoku building is?
Yes.
You purchased that property
Yesterday.
from them? Okay, all right. I think that's all I have.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. At this point, I would like to invite staff to give findings of fact, please.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Flynn, and I am the Assistant Planner for the City of Pocatello Planning Department. I appreciate the opportunity to be presenting at this meeting. I'm here to represent a conditional use permit, CUP 26-003, and the application that we received from Gus Schultz of Lex Developments. The conditional use permit application, or CUP as I'll call it going forward, was determined to be required by the City Planning Department as data centers are not listed as a classified use in Title 17. It's important to note that the city wanted to bring this proposal to the public's awareness to give interested parties the opportunity to provide public comment on this proposed use. This public hearing was not required by code. Mayor and staff wanted our community to have the opportunity to advocate for developments that will benefit our community. For those interested in the code that will help us make this decision, you can refer to 1701-160.c or my staff report. And all of that can be found on the city's agenda page. The request, can you hear me okay?
Can you hear her?
Great, thank you. The request that the hearing examiner is considering tonight is whether or not to allow a data center use classification to be authorized on these two parcels. If the application is approved, conditions may be applied to the recorded decision. The applicant is requesting permission to develop land for a data center on the subject property known as 1800 River Parkway, entailing two parcels encompassing approximately 59 acres in the industrial zone with a future land use designation of industrial. According to 17.01.160.4.b.2, heavy industrial, this is the definition of what heavy industrial means. Manufacturing, processing, and assembling of semi-finished or finished products from raw materials. A substantial proportion of activities and storage may be undertaken outdoors with resulting noise, glare, vibration, and other potentially adverse impacts. Examples include, but are not limited to, production or processing of chemical, rubber, leather, clay, bone, plastic, stone, or glass materials or products, manufacturing and production of large-scale machinery, energy production facilities, concrete batching and asphalt mixing, production of metals or metal products, including enameling and galvanizing, production of cars, trucks, recreational vehicles, or mobile homes, as well as feed manufacturing and wood processing. That's just the definition of heavy industrial. The city has been provided a conceptual site plan, a general overview of the intended use, an affidavit of legal interest which allows the applicant to apply for a CUP on land he does not own, and the presentation titled AI Data Center that was included in the staff packet. The city sent out utility notices to raise awareness of potential developments and gather any concerns that might involve public and private infrastructure, as well as regulatory and non-regulatory bodies. Following the public noticing, city staff heard from some city departments and other external focused on water, sewer, fire, meaning access, Idaho Power, Intermountain Gas, Idaho Fish and Game, and Idaho's DEQ. If this development became an approved use for these two parcels, they will have to go through required processes and permitting approvals before construction can begin. Approvals will include, but not be limited to, conditional use permit reviews under Pocatello Community Code or City Code 17.02.130, building permit requirements, site plan review, utility approvals, fire access review, water and sewer review, drainage or stormwater review, air quality or environmental approvals, and applicable state or federal permits that will be required. The previous tenant of this property, Hoku, installed industrial-level infrastructure to deliver needed water and sewer. At this initial stage, water and sewer have the capacity to provide what has been conceptually requested, which I would say is not a full picture, but just what they would need to get started. The applicant has worked with Idaho Power to determine what power is available. Until the full amount of required power is available, the applicant plans to apply for permits to have gas turbines installed to supplement power needs. At this point, I'd like to share a letter written by Idaho Power and submitted for public record earlier today.
Thank you.
Dear City of Pocatello Planning and Development Services Team, we appreciate the opportunity to engage with the City of Pocatello regarding the proposed Lex Development Data Center project at the former Hoku site. As a regulated electric utility, Idaho Power has an obligation to provide safe and reliable service to all customers within our service area. Accordingly, we are committed to working collaboratively with the City of Pocatello and prospective developers to evaluate the feasibility of providing electric service. At this stage, our evaluation of the Lex Development Data Center project is limited to preliminary engineering analysis. While our initial analysis provides a foundational understanding of the interconnection requirements, more detailed studies will be necessary to fully define the scope of required infrastructure and generation resources, as well as associated costs and timeline. These subsequent customer-funded studies are necessary to identify the upgrades and generation required to service this load without compromising existing service reliability for the community. Based on this very preliminary analysis, Idaho Power believes it can provide the requested power without impacting service to existing Idaho Power customers. However, Lex Development will need to fund upgrades to support transmission, substation, distribution, and generation resources on our system, and the timing and cost of these upgrades will need to be further refined through additional study. Identification of development of new generation resources will likely drive the in-service timeline for this project. We also want to clearly communicate a key regulatory and customer equity principle. Energy-intensive customers, such as data center developments, are required to fund all costs associated with connecting to and upgrading the electric system to serve their load. This growth pays for growth framework is foundational to how Idaho Power operates its system and ultimately ensures no cost shifting between new projects and our existing customers. We look forward to continued coordination with city staff and Lex Development as more project details become available and as additional studies are completed. Please feel free to reach out if you have any questions. And that's signed by Matthew Stuckey and Nathan Murray from Idaho Power.
Thank you.
just to complete a few notes that I had. Following this hearing, should this use be allowed, permitting and analysis will be the next step. If the applicant cannot meet financial or statutory standards, this effort will not move forward. Notice was posted on the subject property and published in the Idaho State Journal on April 28, 2026. All property owners within 300 feet of the external boundaries of the subject property have been notified or provided notice of the public hearing in order that they may comment on the proposed conditional use. The agenda was posted on the city's website May 7th, and as of that date, no public comments were received. But since then, we've received 92 public comments in writing, and we see that there's a lot of interest here. This concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer questions as I can.
I think that's all for now.
Okay,
Thank you.
perfect. Thank you.
Okay. All right. My one question would have been how much written correspondence has been received, and I want to note that all written correspondence will be included as part of the public record. So anybody that's made a comment previously, this will be all part of the public record. At this point, I will open the hearing up for public testimony. Your testimony should be addressed only to the criteria under section 17.02.30.d in the application process. All testimony will be limited to 3 minutes per person, and I am requesting that testimony not be repeated of previous statements. If you want to come up and say that you'd like to emphasize that statement, that would be fine, but I am asking that we not repeat the same statement over and over again. Brent?
I think to get everyone else through, we probably need to invite those, once they've testified, to exit so others can come in to participate.
Okay. As you can see, and this is really nice that we have such a large crowd and so much interest in this evening, so thank you all for being here. It's wonderful to see the public interest and to see everyone willing to share their ideas, comments with us. We have, as you can see, a large crowd, so once you have testified, if you would please exit so that we can funnel people through, that would be most helpful. The process goes as this. The first people that I will ask to testify are those who are in favor of this application. If you would stand up and start to line up here, there is a sign-up sheet over on this chair here. Thank you. And if you would state your name, please.
Sure. My name is Alistair McLeod.
Thank you. And we have a timer here that has 3 minutes, and when we get close, we'll let you know.
I'm a resident of the area. I've worked in data centers for 20, 25 years in and around them. And in general, they are reasonable neighbors compared to other heavy industrial type facilities. But the problems I've seen are usually problems of weak local planning and weaker local government that then data center companies will take advantage of. So if that's around noise pollution, water usage, power usage, and most importantly, from my perspective, as a taxpayer in this area, is a lot of times I've seen local authorities that will be blinded by the large dollar value of the investment that's going to give a good headline for how many dollars are being brought to the area, and give large tax breaks on sales tax, on property tax, that then denies a recurring revenue stream for the town. So when I worked in data centers in London, you couldn't tell that it was a data center versus another office block. You couldn't tell it wasn't a warehouse. They were quiet. They were unobtrusive. They were lower traffic than a warehouse of the same size and so on. But that's somewhere with very strong planning regulations. And it was going to come down to whether it's a good idea for this city or not. It's going to come down to how strictly we can control every company's desire to get more for less, and apply strong planning rigor to it, and then ensure that this, if it is approved, that this results in a recurring stream of benefit for the community and not a one-year set of construction jobs, but that there are jobs on site long-term and that there is tax revenue available to the community to invest in the community. So they are fairly good businesses. They can be good neighbors, but like any capitalist system, they're going to try and get away with whatever they can get away with to make it as advantageous for them as possible. And so it's not data center. There's been a lot on the internet recently about data centers. It's not those that are the problem compared to manufacturing or distribution or any other kind of large infrastructure, but the problems that are listed come when planning regulations don't hold those companies to account and don't hold them under control. So more of a conditional support for this kind of business.
Thank you. Yes, sir. If you'd state your name, please.
Yeah, good evening. Hearing examiner Lewis. My name's John Edwards. I'm a local independent registered investment advisor, and early in my career, I worked in project development of utility-scale gas-fired power projects. I'm also the dad of 10-year-old twins, Jonathan and Jubilee, who I believe deserve opportunities right here in Pocatello when they grow up. I strongly support the proposed data center at the River Complex. I believe the data center project is potentially a historic and transformative opportunity for our community. Brings a $2.26 billion investment to a 59-acre industrial brownfield site that has long been idle. And as staff member Jennifer explained, there's significant infrastructure already in place. The project will see hundreds of good-paying construction jobs, and once operational, the project will generate over 150 permanent local jobs and a nearly $8 million payroll, according to the developer's application and the U.S. Chamber of Commerce benchmarks. Even with Idaho's data center incentives, the project is expected to generate $2.65 million increase in tax revenue to the city and $5.3 million combined for city plus Bennett County. This increased revenue can benefit schools, police, fire department, streets, recreation programs, and parks without raising taxes on existing residents. The potential economic multipliers could benefit many local businesses, including retail, restaurants, home builders, and others, through new spending, supplier contracts, and secondary jobs. The data center also has the potential to act as an anchor industrial and technology facility that could attract additional technology investment that could ultimately create a true career destination for Idaho State University graduates in technology, computer science, and engineering. Just last month, Idaho State announced they were creating a new artificial intelligence major. My hope is that a project like this could act as a catalyst to give our young people, including my son and daughter, a reason to stay and build their future right here in Pocatello. I've seen concerns raised about power, water, and noise. They're valid, but as far as the strain on the electric grid, there's more than enough room on the site to easily allow the developer to build their own power, as they mentioned. You could use 3 38-megawatt Titan 350 units with full noise
I'm
abatement
sorry, but time is up.
made by.
No.
I had 1 minute left.
No. Thank you.
Okay,
I
sorry.
appreciate
Thank you.
your-
I'm strongly in favor. Thank you for your attention.
All right, thank you. We'll try to get our clock working correctly. If you would state your name, please.
Hi, my name is Ralph McHugh. I was born in the old hospital that is now a VA center next to campus, and I am a new ISU grad with a bachelor's in software engineering and a minor in geotechnology. So go Bengals. So I actually very recently wrote a paper for one of my final classes on data centers and 5th generation district heating and cooling networks. And to keep it brief, data centers produce a lot of heat, and that heat can be used effectively to heat homes and businesses. And the energy benefits from reclaiming that heat cut the power usage up to just under half of the data centers, power usage. So sorry, everybody's so emotionally charged, and I was really hoping there'd be less people. So Idaho State University is one of the few district heating networks in the country with a steam plant that provides heating to most of the campus in the winter. They very recently rebuilt a new diesel generator to heat the campus. And this cooling system proposed is a closed-loop system which can easily be integrated into such infrastructure. I think it would be prudent for the city to investigate building out infrastructure that can harness data center heat, especially considering the colder winter months that we have in Idaho. Not anymore. That's quite true. Let's see. There's the obvious worries of noise pollution, electricity usage, and the taxation of this project. I think that taxation based on revenue alone is inadequate given the new financial structure of the information age. I am not confident enough in my understanding of the financials right now to propose a solution, but I think that this section requires, oh, I'm so sorry. We need to be looking at every API call, container provision, and floating point operation when we look at the taxes of this data center. The new revenue alone is inadequate given the new financial structure of the information age. Anyway, with all of these concerns addressed, and a strong emphasis on the phrase, "the devil is in the details," I support the building of a Pocatello data center.
Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Hello, can everyone hear me okay?
Please state your name.
My name is Brennick Harrison. I've been a resident for as long as I can remember. I was born here in Pocatello, and I was raised. And I see everyone here today, and I stand with them in opposition of an AI data center, but not of this proposal. This is a conditional use proposal that only grants the idea of a data center. It does not build one. That's what a building permit is for. So I see this, and I see, as the first gentleman, I forgot his name. I looked and I forgot. But we must be strong in making sure that they pay their fair share. But beyond that, they are the ones who get to take on the risk. The AI is a very dynamic space right now, and there's suggestions that it may be going away. If this were not an AI data center, if it were a traditional web, hosting a website, I would be more in favor of it. But we just don't know. So I, as a Pocatello citizen, don't want the people around me today to take on the cost of some speculative data center. I would rather see the company, the applicant, who I think has put together a compelling proposal with the cooling, which I would invite everyone to look at and make sure that you understand the water requirements that are actually being proposed. But yeah, I just don't want the Pocatello people to take it on, but I don't think that this hearing is the place to debate that. So thank you.
Thank you for your time. Are those all that want to sign up to support the project? Is there anyone here who would like to testify who's uncommitted? No questions, you can only testify. You're uncommitted, if you'd like to sign up?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Don't start signing up unless you're coming up because you're uncommitted.
Hello, my name is Wayne Shipman. I'm a resident of Pocatello.
Excuse me. Let's be courteous.
And thank you for the opportunity to speak to this project. Data is what we're talking about. Data doesn't weigh anything. It can be anywhere and everywhere at once. And so what we're really talking about is how do we handle that? Currently, society is very addicted to our data. Data such as an AI center would be supporting various ways in which we interact with our own data, but also how we interact with the world. So it controls our communications, It controls our information that we get in terms of the media. It controls all the things that we're literally addicted to. And so I want the Planning Commission and the City Council to know that data isn't neutral. It's something that impacts us every day. It has an impact on our lives. And so we should look at this in terms of how we're absorbing and interacting with that data. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to remind everyone that we are only here to discuss the land use and not a discussion about data. Please.
My name is Eric LaRose. We need to look at three. We need hard numbers. We need power consumption numbers. We need water consumption numbers. We need job consumption numbers. We are looking at the very real possibility of adding another city of Pocatello onto our infrastructure, electrical, water, and labor. Can we do that? The young gentleman that was last in favor, he's absolutely right. This is not the forum to debate whether or not it should be done, but whether it can be done. We're talking about an entire city of Pocatello sucking down more power and more water, with Idaho Power
If you'd
proposing.
like to address the hearing examiner, please.
If Idaho Power is going to ask for a rate increase and then announce that they are wanting to build 2 new gas plants, and then we suddenly have the proposal for a data center, that means we could very well be paying for this on the Idaho Power side. That's not even getting into the water.
So you're not uncommitted?
I am uncommitted, but we need hard numbers. The gentleman speaking for the company did not provide us with anything. Anything. No numbers, no nothing. How many megawatts is it going to take? Typical data centers these days, 100 megawatts. Residential Pocatello Power yearly, 100 megawatts. Water consumption is the same. One outfit could consume as much water and power as the entire city. That's all I got. We need solid numbers. Thank you.
Thank you. No clapping. I'm serious. We have a large crowd here today. I want respect, courtesy towards each of our speakers, and I'm willing to hear everyone if you're willing to abide by the rules.
Hello, my name is Steve Millward. I'm a longtime resident of Pocatello, and I have just a few questions. Some of you may recall that when Hoku pulled out of the initial building, they left a lot of contractors unpaid. Mm-hmm. And there was one contractor who, despite the fact that he wasn't being paid, he saw to it that all his subcontractors were paid. And I would like to know if the present suitors would be willing to pay that money back to him with interest, since he was responsible for preventing a lot of people from bankruptcy in the initial phase of the contract. And I think that would be a minimum thing for them to be able to build. The other thing is, I would say they have to demonstrate that they have sufficient backing in capital to prevent a repeat of what happened back in 1917 or whatever it was. 2017, make that. I'm just one century behind. But I just wanted to make sure that we didn't get a repeat. Okay?
All right.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And a reminder too, after you speak, if you would exit so that we can accommodate more people, it would be appreciated. Yes, sir.
Hi. Do I need to say my name?
Yes,
that
please.
Okay. Oh,
Yeah, it's okay.
My name's Tyler Jacob Durfee, and I am a local resident of Pocatello. I was doing some research on the water cooling system. I thought it was very important to understand that they did not say that the HVAC usage of the power bill, especially for like Pocatello, right? Most of our power usage comes from HVAC. And so when we cool off a building, it uses a lot of the power supply. And depending on where we're getting our power supply from, if Idaho Power is getting it from clean sources or dirty sources, they all use water anyways, but to spin a turbine. But anyways, I just wanted to mention that I really hope that we find a clean process because it's sorry, a lot of people.
That's okay.
Because I don't think there really is a clean process of power, and if we're substituting water, directly for the cooling property instead of just making it a power water problem, it's still water. So I thought that it would be good to notice that the 40% increase of water capability for that power that's going to drain a lot, is going to be on my tax dollars, and I don't want that. So thank you.
Thank you. If you would remove your hat, please. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Michael Vernon. I am a citizen of Pocatello, Idaho. I have lived here all of my life. I am currently undecided on what my opinion is with this AI data center. It currently would bring in a decent amount of cleaning up at the Hoku plant. As we know, the Hoku plant is not a very sightly object to look at. But we also got to address there is going to be noise, water issues, power issues. I know everybody's kind of went over that quite a bit, so I'm going to refer to the gentleman that was in the fish shirt earlier. But the power usage, I would like to go into that just a little bit. It could be anywhere from 100 to 250 megawatts of power, which is a lot of power. It is a lot. And on average, your water consumption is not really going to be that much with a closed loop system. Having worked in heavy industry before, it's not that bad in terms of cooling. They could also use liquid nitrogen to cool. So there is all of that. And on top of things, the main concern I have is with jobs. We're going to see an increased amount of construction jobs come in. It can be anywhere from 100 to 500 jobs, depending on how big this site is. From what I understand, it's going to be 700,000 square feet, which is about covering that 49 acres. And we look at that with the construction jobs. Those are going to go away within anywhere from 1 to 5 years. And then you're going to see the permanent jobs come in, which can be 150 to 300. What I would ask is how many of those permanent jobs are we going to have? And what are the wages going to look like for each individual person that is going to be employed at the place? On top of that, I would love to see how much can actually be done with the place in terms of reducing noise and generating its own power. But outside of that, I yield my time. Thank you guys for your consideration on this.
Thank you.
Examiner Lewis, my name is Jacob Bauer. I'm a citizen and a small business owner in Pocatello. I believe that in order to establish a conditional use permit, you have to understand the conditions that the land will be used under. The gentleman that came here today was unable to provide any concrete answers to the conditions of use. You asked them how much water it would use, and he said roughly 5 households worth. I think we've all seen the news. I think we all know that that is an incredible underestimate. You asked him how much power he would use, and he said, I don't know, how much will you give me? Not least of which is the problem of growth. AI is barely starting, and roughly every 18 months, the power requirements per square foot of data center doubles. So even if we could supply the 120 megawatts he's asking for today, in 10 years, it will be 1,000 megawatts. Is Pocatello going to grow that fast? Can we provide that power? Can he provide any actual answers to what he's going to use the land for? He couldn't tell you the size, the number of the buildings, the amount of water, or the amount of electricity he actually wanted. And to me, that does not establish any understanding of use. And I want to make it very clear, someone who is claiming they will invest over $2.5 billion in a project absolutely understands every detail. They understand everything they want, everything they're going to pay, and all of the return they expect to get for the next 10 to 100 years on that product. Thank you.
Thank you. I am still looking for uncommitted statements. So far, we haven't gotten there. So if you're not uncommitted, don't stand in line yet, please.
My name is Chase Howie. I moved here from Western Idaho to come to ISU, and I was lucky enough to be able to stay. Not many people are. There's not a lot going on here, so I can see how we're tempted by some new jobs. That'd be wonderful. But the city, we have a really bad history of poor management. Simplot, that's not in Bannock County, but we get the negatives of it. Budweiser, we didn't get that brewing facility or malt plant, whatever that was. Northgate, we're riled up in a lawsuit over that. Thanks, Blad. Our financial statements, they're still 2 years behind. So I don't know that I trust our city and state and county laws to do this right. Maybe we can. Maybe we can. Maybe we get a lot of tax revenue. Maybe we get a lot of jobs. This could maybe be good. I am uncommitted. But he had to make a sell, and he did not. He made no sell earlier. Now, we have a new mayor. We have a lot of new city council members. There's a new chance to maybe prove that we listen, that we want to do things right and make the city better for all of us and to have a nicer city. Another little note there, infrasound, very low sounds below our audible hearing, they can still screw with your body. Your heart has to work harder to push blood around. People get issues with their balance and tinnitus and those sorts of things. So my major point is if we're gonna do it, we have to do it right. The first guy who came up in support for this today said, oh, they'll screw us. It's like, okay, well, then let's screw them. Thank you.
My name is Caroline White, and I'm here as a mother, teacher, and resident of Pocatello. I had absolutely no intention of speaking tonight. I'm here because my 16-year-old son asked me to come with him because he is most definitely against the data center. As we sat together and listened to the applicant make his case, like I think most people in this room, I was horrified by his lack of information. But I looked over at my son, who was texting me, and said, Mom, these people are already bullying this man. And then when the next people stood up in favor, he continued to text and say, Mom, this isn't okay. We can't act this way. And again, I'm uncommitted in the sense that I'm here to listen. And I think we all should be here to listen. And I think we have the opportunity to do something right and to do it the right way. But I can tell you as a mother and a teacher, our children are watching, and how we do this matters. And I don't think we are going to get anywhere if we do it yelling at each other or bashing each other. I understand emotions are high. I'm sure you can hear that I'm on the verge of crying. And that's because I'm here as a mother and with a child who, this is what he loves, standing up for things he believes. And so, since I respect the rules and I'm speaking, I will leave after I speak, and I'm leaving you with my child. So please show him that we can do this right.
Thank you.
For the record, my name is Kate Selvage. I am a resident of Pocatello, like many of us. I moved here more recently. My personal opinions and this is just me, is not inherently in favor of an AI data center, but as a gentleman earlier mentioned, this is more about land use than it is about the data center at this time. I feel like there are some questions that are unanswered that I would love for the company to answer on how they are going to mitigate some of the environmental concerns. I'm well aware of the water usage, of the energy usage. Nobody's really talked about the influx into sewage treatment plants or the heat that gets emitted, and that is also a big concern of mine because I've seen the impact that heat islands have. But I really just mostly want to see how are they going to address those issues? How are they going to mitigate it? They have to go through the environmental review process and they have to get through the permitting process. And if there is something that's not going to fly, then our DEQ, the EPA, they will flag it and will not let it progress. But if they do, they usually have to provide a mitigating measure. And I just want to know before we fully give this land use agreement and before we start even going forward on design and stuff, is how are they going to mitigate these environmental issues?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Hannah Romas. I'm a longtime resident of Pocatello. I'm unsure if this is the noise that we want to hear. I could hold it here for 3 minutes.
Are
if you want.
Speaking uncommitted?
No, I'm unsure. I don't know if that's something I want to hear.
No,
I don't know.
I'm asking for uncommitted comments.
I know I'm uncommitted. I
as
don't
to whether
know.
this process should go forward.
I understand that, but I'm unsure. Another thing I'm unsure about is this closed loop system that they keep talking about, where we have lots of examples across the country where that's not the case. Where you have this gray sludge of anti-corrosive materials and other materials that end up getting blown back down into our aquifers and then going into our rivers and end up destroying our aquifer and our wells that people live here off of agricultural land. I don't think that's being addressed. I think it's lipstick on a pig. What is really behind these closed loop systems? I think it's a lot shinier than what they're willing to address. The other thing is these 140 jobs that we talk about for these warehouses that are 7 warehouses, 100,000 square foot each with 140 people. That's less than the people here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is this company from Arizona, are they going to bring in people from Arizona to do these jobs, or are they going to employ locals? We don't know. We didn't really learn much from that guy, did we? Nobody learned anything.
That's not what this hearing is about.
But it kind of is.
No, it is not. It is land use only. I do not want back talk.
Okay. Another thing I'm
Excuse
unsure
you.
about.
I will not. Would you like to escort her out, please? Please escort her out.
Another thing that I'm concerned about. Another thing I'm concerned about is the electrical grid. You have right now in Tahoe, you have 50,000 people who are being refused electrical power because NV Energy would rather put their infrastructure towards the data centers in Nevada. Okay, so how do we know that this isn't going to happen in Pocatello? How do we know that? We don't know that. That's also why I'm on the fence about this project. I don't know.
Thank you.
How much time do I got here?
13 seconds. This is not a.
We also discussed a pilot tax program where that possibly this company won't pay any taxes to Bannock County because. Turn the mic back on! Yeah, you turned my mic off. That's time. All right, thanks. Power to the people.
Okay, go. Again, this is a public hearing to hear public comments. I am not here to manage a crowd that wants to be disruptive. I want to honor each of you and your comments, but I want to hear them individually with respect and courtesy. If you find that rude, I apologize, but that's the way we're going to run this meeting. If that's not okay for you, then please put it in writing and write to the city. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Matt Cutler, resident of Pocatello, lifelong resident of Idaho. I'm a consulting engineer, and I just so happen to be a specialist in data center designs. That's what I do. It's what I've been doing for the last, it's almost 2 years. So I was a consulting engineer here in a local firm and found a fully remote position. It's been a blessing to my life, so I'm not here to be in favor of it because I have also seen the city of Pocatello completely botch zoning a house next to my own personal residence. And I have like a whole history behind that. So I know it can be messed up, but I wanted to come here because I heard about it, saw it last night actually while doom scrolling way too late. So it's the first time I heard about it was last night. And what I saw online was just a lot of panic, a lot of people who have a lot of information based on what I believe are old data center designs, which truly did consume a lot of water. And poor data center designs did not attenuate noise from the high frequency that you get with a VFD that modulates the chillers on the roof. I would not want that next to my house. I wouldn't even want it in the town. Like those are really bad designs. We don't want that. And if the city does a good job at enforcing the current mechanical codes based by the IECC, the IMC, if they have those standards in place, when this gets permitted, it can be awesome for the city, I believe. If they don't, it can be terrible. The water consumption, I can truly confirm. I don't know what his name was. I don't know what company it even is. We do data center designs all over the country. I didn't know about this one. I actually chatted with my team. I'm like, does anyone know if we're doing one in Pocatello or the one in Utah that they just proposed? And we're not involved in those that I know of, but I can't really confirm or deny. I just know I'm not. So I do want to say, though, that 5 residents is about right. I do those calculations for these companies. I can tell you, once the system is filled, it is a closed loop. They run for 20 years to 30 years planned with zero maintenance that's going to require like nasty stuff, right? If it's engineered right, guys, there are codes. And I just wanted to share that. Like, I've been in these buildings from the moment they're dug in the ground till they're commissioned. The noise is way better. They use attenuation now to deaden the noise when you're walking by in the ground. So I'll be on site again next week. I'll be on site again 2 weeks after that. If anyone has questions even, like I'd be willing to just like share my experiences, but I just hope that the city does treat this with the care that it needs.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Hello, my name is Becca Larson, and I'm a resident of Pocatello. We just moved here this past summer from Northern Virginia, which is the data center hub of the world. So I know what's happened from my perspective in Northern Virginia. I'm undecided because I'm not for sure what Idaho can do with it, but this is my experience as a resident around many data centers. We had an issue with rezoning where it would be, land would be zoned for residential, and then they would rezone it later so they could sell it to the developers to build these data centers. They'd rezone it as industrial multi-use or something like that. So that was one issue. And then there was, they'd have meetings there was just some corruption that happened. There was, they'd have meetings where they had to invite everybody, but they would do it 3 a.m. and they would give everybody the heads up right before. And so they would like be following the rules, but not really, right? So there was just some corruption within the government that I saw. Taxes, the county, I came from Prince William County. It's Loudoun County and Prince William County that have the most data centers. 70% of the world's internet usage goes through that area. So they have a lot of data centers. We never saw our personal property taxes go down. So, but I was just researching it today using AI, and it said that they did receive tax money. But we never received, and our property taxes never went down. And this AI said the same thing, but they did get the tax money, but it didn't go to the people. Water, my concern is water for sure. I don't know the mechanics of it, but I just know water's gold here in Pocatello, and so that makes me nervous. Jobs, very few people are employed at these. Once it's built, very few. We're on like overnight security and such, but it does not bring a lot of jobs. I felt like a lot of, another issue is I just don't know if this would be like, are we just having one data center, or is this going to be a slippery slope where now, like that's what happened in Northern Virginia, and it just kept, I mean, they have 44 in the county I came from, with 15 under construction right now, and they've rezoned them, so now they're like, there's one that's right next to townhouses, and so they're just like squeezing them anywhere they can so they can make money. I did a little research today using AI on who makes money from data centers, and this is in order from who makes the most money to who makes the least amount of money. There's six people on this one. Number 1 is the technology developers and chip makers. Number 2 is operators and cloud providers. Number 3 is energizers and infrastructure providers. Those are the people providing power systems and such. Real estate developers and REITs. I don't know what that means. Okay, now we get to number 5. Local government, tax revenue.
Okay.
And number 6, landowners. So
I'm sorry, your time's up.
oh, I wish I had like another hour, but okay.
But thank you. I
Thank you.
appreciate that.
Hello, my name is Karen Ludwig, and I've been a combined 40-year resident of Pocatello, kind of on and off. I am non-committed, I think, because I know I use data centers. And as does everyone else in this room who's holding this little computer in our pocket. You maybe think that you don't because you don't use ChatGPT, but every time you email, every time you send a text, you are using a data center. And this feels a little bit to me like people who say, yes, we support helping the homeless, but we don't want a homeless shelter in our backyard. So should we just put the data centers of the world only in other communities that are maybe less fortunate than we are, or poorer than we are, or less advantaged? So I feel like we have some responsibility to bear the data center for the data that we use. I'd like to address section 17.02.130.d7, which talks about would it be detrimental to the public interest, health, safety, or welfare of the city. I believe something that's been grossly just kind of glossed over in what I have read about this in the conditional use permit is these turbines that are going to power the data centers when they first start. So I heard the gentleman who is the applicant say that, you know, maybe it was you, that permits would have to be issued after Idaho Power determines that they can actually provide the power. But that doesn't seem to be the case. They build these turbines to generate the power at first, and turbines don't generate power by themselves. They are gas power fed, right? So this would be natural gas. And we are in a natural gas crisis right now, right? We understand that our natural gas is threatened. We are very lucky here to not pay a whole lot in Pocatello, but that doesn't mean that that's going to stay the same. Today, when I did a little bit of research, I came upon an article written by somebody named Mateo Wong for the Atlantic Magazine, and it's called Inside the Dirty Dystopian World of AI Data Centers. And the thing that really stuck out at me is he went to visit a data center in Memphis, where there are 7 of these turbines running their data center. They've been there for 2 years. The data center came online in 2024, and here it is 2026, and they're still going on. So it's evident to me that we are going to start this with this other kind of power, which is burning fossil fuels, right? It's sending emissions up into our air. Yet we've got this promise, and part of this article that he said is to power the AI, energy, and tech companies. They're turning to fossil fuels, which they regard as more reliable and readily available than wind, solar, or nuclear. Asked where the energy for data centers should come, OpenAI Sam Altman repeatedly has said short-term natural gas. My concern is that short-term isn't really short-term. If we don't have a plan and we don't know exactly how Idaho Power or when Idaho Power is going to be able to provide the power, I don't think we should be allowed in any building. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ellie Ryan, and I live here in Pocatello. I think I am concerned because I worry about their stewardship. I think part of our human responsibility here is to be good stewards of the land. And that, to me, means living gently in our surroundings and hopefully leaving it better than how we found it. I do worry about their stewardship because they are not from here. They won't live here. They don't have skin in the game. They won't coexist gently in our community. We've already heard about noise pollution, light pollution, potential water pollution, stealing the silence in our night sky. I also worry about our non-human species that we coexist with, the Paul Abruzzewski Trail. So I would like to know, like, what kind of impact is that going to have on not just us, but the other creatures we coexist with? The other thing is, my question was, and the gentleman, a few people before me answered it, was basically, what's the lifespan of a data center? My understanding is 20 to 25 years, and then what? I plan to live here longer than 25 years, and I have 2 small children that I would hope want to continue to reside here. So I do worry about our quality of life. I worry about the impact on the river and living in, together with nature, and I don't feel the data center will be able to fulfill that. So I do have concerns.
Thank you.
I'm going to give you my comments. That's possible. Thank you.
Okay. It appears that we are sort of bipolar as far as whether we're uncommitted or against. And so in order to give everybody a fair chance, rather than people just kind of coming in line and in the uncommitted line, I'm going to open the hearing up for those against. And sit down, please. We will continue with the people that are in line right now, but I will start with this section here. And you can come around in the back. And yes, please. So, and then after that section is done, then we will move to this section so that there is some order. And thank you for letting me interject. And please come forward and state your name.
Good evening. I really appreciate the opportunity to just talk with local government about this. My name is Emily Mizrahi. I've lived in Pocatello for about 6 years, and I have 2 small children and a husband when we would love to live in Pocatello for the rest of our lives. I'm uncommitted about this, about whether I'm for or against, just because I feel like I don't have enough information to make a determination about the impact that approving this permit would have. I have a couple notes here, and they're written, but so I'm going to try and make it sound good, but it is written. I'm sorry, ma'am. One of the concerns that I have is thermal pollution. It's from the proposal earlier from the applicant, it didn't seem like he had any plan for that. Even if the water is not heavily contaminated, heat rejected from a closed loop system must go somewhere. In some setups, this results in discharging.
Would you mind speaking up so people can hear you?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I can also go closer if that works.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. In some setups, this results in discharging warm water back into local water sources, which can disrupt aquatic ecosystems. And we have such a beautiful place here. The nature here is so beautiful, and if there are systems in place to deal with the thermal pollution, then that's amazing. But it didn't really sound like from the proposal explanation earlier that there are. Another concern that I have is the chemical monitoring of a closed loop system. What we heard earlier was in a closed loop system that there's minimal water usage, but in order to prevent corrosion and mineral buildup, concentrated water must be periodically drained or blown down and replaced with fresh water. So closed loop systems rely on a cocktail of additives, such as nitrates, I'm going to butcher this name, I'm so sorry, ma'am, molybdenate, and biocides to prevent rust, scaling, and microbial growth. And the water removed during flushing or blowdown is often considered toxic and requires specialized handling because of the chemicals needed. So that would also be another system that would need to be in place in order for this to have a sustainable impact in the community. The other concern that I have is groundwater risk. A slow, undetectable underground pipe leak can release concentrated chemicals from this closed loop system into the local soil and water table. So if we have systems to help prevent this, then I think that would be fine. But these concerns, the additives, the specialized handling of the toxic material, and especially the thermal pollution, really are causes for concern. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hello, my name is Justin Werner. Everybody can hear me okay? I guess you're the one I'm speaking to. So I'm uncommitted. I'll be honest, I lean a little bit against, but I can always be convinced. So my main concern is the thermal load that we will see from this data center. They're, generating 100 megawatt, or they're looking at 100 megawatt of power. What I read on there was they are estimating about 140 kilowatts per rack of cooling load. That equates to about 477,000 BTU per hour over the course of a year. Pocatello Airport uses about 7,000 per year for the entire airport. One rack is about 8 feet by 2 feet. I guess my question would be, how many racks are they planning to run? And what do they expect that cooling load to look at like? And that's kind of the sense, besides everything else has already been spoken here, of what I would like to hear from them. So,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Hello, I am Isabel.
Isabel, could you move a little closer to the mic, please?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I have a few.
Isabel, could you give your full name, please?
Oh, Isabel Gray.
All right, thank you.
I don't know where I stand. I believe it is uncommitted. I have a few concerns about this. My first concern would be building may or may not cause disruption. Can it or can it not? And also, will it take more land in the future? If it does, then that could be industrial. Oh my gosh, that could be kind of bad, but it could also be good. Another thing I'd like to bring up is, can we even afford the required energy? We have a few things that say it can and that it can't, so I'm not sure if we can say if it can or cannot. But another thing I'd like to say is it uses a large amount of water supply. And water, as someone else said, water is like liquid gold here. It is very valuable here, and it is something we need in general. Something that someone said is that it could take 100 to 500 jobs. But my concern is, if those jobs stay permanent, what would the pay be? What would they get? What do we get? What do we not get? Another thing I'd like to say is power, someone else said this, power used doubles every 18 months. So that's another concern. Do we have enough power? Do we not have enough power? Can we provide the required sources for this? If we grow too fast, it could be bad. I mean, power will increase, but also our town will, and the very fast way we grow could raise some concerns. If we have a complete risk if we go through money, land, water, waste, and pollution, but we also have potential for growth. I feel as a collective community, we cannot determine to do it or not. I like the idea of a data center. It has its ups and downs, but I do not completely agree here. I apologize if I have said anything that does not fall under the uncommitted category. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Well spoken.
Hi, my name is Linda Engel. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the Portneuf Resource Council, and we are, as an organization, are uncommitted. The conditional use permit asks if this will be, quote, and I don't have the section, detrimental to the public interest, health, safety, or welfare of the city. And we ask that studies be done to answer the following questions with numbers that can be verified by experts. So I have a series of questions. What will be done with the waste heat? Will it be vented to the atmosphere? It appears this may create a heat island. How will that affect the river, surrounding areas, including neighborhoods and Pocatello as a whole? How much light pollution will there be? How much noise pollution will there be? Thank you to the engineer who answered that. How will that be mitigated? How much air pollution? Will there be a smell? Will it be toxic or non-toxic fumes? How will these be mitigated? What impact do Simplot air pollution emissions have on this new operation? We understand this operation will double the current electrical demand of Pocatello. Where will this power come from? A lot of people addressed that. Apologies for the repeat. Currently, Idaho must import electricity from out of state to meet its current demand. Would this operation make Idaho a bigger energy importer, or would this power come from another fossil-fueled plant, possibly natural gas? How will this help Idaho Power meet its 100% clean energy commitment by 2045? What amount of water will they use? Will the heated water be dumped into the Portneuf? What amount of wastewater will there be? The Portneuf River ends on tribal land. How will they meet? Oh no, have they met with tribal leaders about this? What is the type of coolant? which somebody did answer. What safety measures will be taken in case of a spill? What is the impact on the groundwater in terms of leaks or spills? And are they aware that they are within the proximity of a Superfund site? So I apologize for the repeat, but we would like to have these answered by experts. So, and I
you.
have.
Oh, you have. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hello, my name is Tyler Johnson. I've been a local Pocatello resident for over half my life, so this is my hometown. Thank you to all the public servants who are here to hear the community, as passionate as they may be. I respect your position and ability to handle such passion. I am going to refrain from sounding biased or personal, as personally I am against it. However, my analysis is uncommitted and neutral, and in hopes yields some sort of benefit or assistance in, you had mentioned the word earlier, findings. In my personal line of work in the financial aid office at Idaho State University, I analyze documents consistently in comparison to federal guidance and guidelines, and ensure I'm abiding by those regulations, and at times identify what is considered conflicting information. If I'm understanding this correctly, we are here to analyze the conditional use permit and the verbiage and language that is used within the codes, both within the staff review and the applicant review. For starters, the applicant response, conflicting information in response to Code Section 1702-130D1, quote, specifically, the proposed development is consistent with the intent and purpose of the applicable zoning district, which is to accommodate employment-generating, infrastructure-supported commercial and industrial activities, end quote. Then later in the same applicant response states that it operates within an enclosed structure, has limited on-site staffing, and generates minimal external impacts. I must ask, how will this generate employment long-term if the center has limited on-site staffing? Again, conflicting information within the applicant review or response. The applicant response also states in response to D2, the project represents a significant investment in technology infrastructure and contributes to the diversification of local economic base by introducing a high-value, low-impact employment use. In fairness, the applicant does mention the employment-generating uses in appropriate districts where infrastructure capacity exists, which to me sounds beneficial, but as mentioned earlier, for what time frame, short or long term? Again, conflicting information in my analysis. Further, applicant statements regarding the seemingly contradictory employment selling point is in D3, the data center will operate entirely within an enclosed building with limited employee presence and minimal customer or public access. If employment fails to be generated elsewhere and there is minimal employment within the facility itself, will this be much like the Hoku plant or the failed River Park complex? Again, pulling from previous projects that I assume went through the same conditional use permit process. There is great concern in the applicant response to D4, which appears to be completely ignore the shared questions and concerns.
I'm sorry.
No, that's all right. Thank you for your time.
Thank
I hope
you
you have
for
a
your
wonderful rest of
questions.
your evening.
Good evening, Examiner Lewis. Thank you so much for taking the time and having us here tonight. I'm a retired attorney, so I saw this posting, I broke out my attorney hat. And in order for you to...
Would you
Go ahead.
give us your name, please?
Sure, Lee Ironman, and I'm a
Thank
Pocatello
you.
resident. So in order for you to find this application and approve it, you need to find three things. It's compatible in intensity, the public services are adequate, and that it won't harm public welfare. And I think what we've seen tonight, and from the applicant himself, there's a whole lot of questions that we need to ask. First, is it compatible? The application that wants a 200 megawatt facility, and a number of people have mentioned, that literally doubles the footprint of Pocatello in one shot. And even though Idaho Power wrote us a nice letter saying we could probably work it out, more than likely we're going to be using gas turbines to start this up. Air quality in our valley isn't the best. Interim power with gas turbines is going to increase the inversion problem in the winter. We're already sitting at a PM 2.5 in the winter, and there is absolutely no plan to mitigate this.
And this is directly downstream from our homes and our schools. It's not just a matter of, oh, they've got gas here, we're going to plug it in and power it up. There's consequences. And that goes to the compatibility and intensity. We are literally doubling Pocatello and hurting our air quality. The actual letter from Idaho Power today stated that the planning would actually be bared by the taxpayer, right? That the beginning planning would be bared by the taxpayer. So what we need to have them do is to create a large load tariff where they guarantee not only do they pay for all the infrastructure build out, but they also pay for any rate difference that would be passed on to the taxpayer. The closed loop system, I'm not going to go on, I'm running out of time. That is obviously something no one has any clue about at this meeting. It's been thrown out, it sounds great, it sounds wonderful. In order for you to approve, I think we need just a little bit more clarity. And the last thing I want to say under taxes, everyone's talking about how much money this is going to create. Under Idaho Code 63-3622VV, every server and construction material is sales tax exempt. Under 63-602KK, the $2.26 billion facility's taxable value is capped at $400 million. $1.8 billion value of that center will never be put on Bannock County's tax rolls. And the statutory floor for their building is 30 people at that building. It's not 150, it's not 300. Under statutory law, it's 30. So what I would say is, before we go ahead and do this, let's get their commitment in writing, let's get some studies put behind us, and let's make sure we can really meet all three tiers of that test before we approve. Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Yes, thank you. Again, I'd like to caution you. I know emotions are running high, and I know the rest of you are here to testify against, but please.
Hi, my name is Annie Mendoza. I'm a lifelong Pocatello resident, and I want to voice my opposition in the conditional use permit for the property in this action item. Pocatello deserves better, and the well-being of its citizens should be the first and last consideration of any action our government takes. People are what matter most, more than jobs, more than money, and more than technology. Despite the economic advantages touted by those wanting to pursue the data center on this parcel, we must consider immediate and long-term implications. The amount of water and energy required to power this data center is substantial, and the ultimate costs, financial and otherwise, are likely to be borne by the citizens of Pocatello. Additionally, AI is on a dangerous track with no guardrails and barely enough track laid down in front of it as it barrels towards an uncertain future. It will decrease human creativity, critical thinking, and almost certainly provide avenues for criminal activity or harm to humans to be perpetrated. Pocatello does not need a data center, and Pocatello does not want a data center. Consider the physical and mental well-being of our citizens and do not approve this conditional use permit. Bringing in jobs for the sake of bringing in jobs is a lazy and ineffective way to improve the economy of our great city. Let's bring in jobs that actually ameliorate our life in all regards and that will make life better for everyone, not just pay rich, absent investors and other actors without Pocatello's well-being in mind. Lastly, I facetiously used AI to find out why we shouldn't have a data center, and the answers are telling, and I think these are all things that we know and that are obvious to us. It will be a strain on local infrastructure, especially electricity and water, and remember, we're in a drought-prone area. Limited economic benefit compared to the footprint of the buildings. Automation in these buildings means a smaller number of permanent employees. Noise, land use, and environmental concerns, including wastewater, which I think is a huge issue here. Road and construction impact, tax incentives and public subsidies, which we don't need. Limited local economic spillover and noise pollution. And I could go on and on. This decision should prioritize residents, infrastructure stability, environmental sustainability, and long-term economic value, not just short-term development promises. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Rick Williams. The first thing I heard about this was the phrase that it's like, don't worry about the water, it's like a closed system, like an automobile. Okay, don't worry about nothing to see here. Well, think about how your automobile works. You have a closed system that cools the automobile, but either that works when you put gas or diesel in the engine, or if you're lucky, you have batteries that work that. And energy goes in order to cool it. Energy must somehow go in order to do the cooling that they're talking about. There is something to see there. As the man in the fish shirt long ago said, we need many, many details before we should go forward with this. I'm not saying absolutely don't, but we need concrete information that we can trust. And when we're getting things that are not very accurate or not, well, just don't say anything, I tend to not believe the people that are speaking that way. They haven't done any, or he didn't do anything earlier this evening to allay my concerns. I would hope that a small group of people, I'm afraid I can't do things, I'm bound for surgery stuff, but a small group of people might talk to the mayor and get together and start a committee to begin to research this information. We can do that using their exact techniques. Get on AI and look up AI and look up the voluminous information about how to stop AI farms from going in. There's a whole lot there. I happen to like the one that says datacenterwatch.org. That's not a .com. Datacenterwatch.org. One word, Data Center Watch. It's a little bit old, but it's got a newsletter that comes out every month. You might find some information from that. Anyway, the biggest thing I hope that people would do would be to get a small group that would commit to getting together and researching this and then passing information on. If we can do that with the mayor or through the mayor's office, we could get a sign-up sheet who wants to receive that. And everybody that's interested, obviously got many interested people. Everyone who's interested could get that information, could hear things, and contribute to deciding what we want to do about this, which I don't think is very positive. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Joshua Staller, and my family came to Idaho when we first immigrated from, like, Switzerland is where we're from. But we've been here for many generations, and I love the city of Pocatello, a local business owner as well. So, yeah, I think what I really like is the fact that you have taken the time to listen, right? To give us a forum to come forward, right? I believe in a government that listens to its people. So I will just say thank you for allowing this to happen. I'd hate to see like what you watch in like Utah or some of these other states where the government is kind of doing things behind closed doors and kind of shadowing it out. So thank you for tonight. Talking to the thing, I will say, so the CUP, there wasn't a lot of details given. And when you think about the CUP, it's kind of a golden ticket, right? For the developer, for Gus, who appears to be from Florida, as far as I can tell. It's like a golden ticket for him because as soon as the city signs that CUP, he can do anything he wants with that land and flip it. It goes from, can you hear me? Is this
Yes,
mic on?
if you focus on the mic.
Okay. I'll
No, you are. Very good. Very good.
Okay, it's like a golden ticket for him. As soon as he gets that sign off, it now becomes entitled land where AI dynasty, like large companies like Google, Meta, they can put whatever they want and a premium. I need to talk quieter, I think, lower.
Just back away, just a tinch.
Okay, right here. Is this
We'll
good?
find out. Go for it.
All right, so that's like the first concern, right? It's just an investment opportunity for him to flip and to make money off of Idaho, and he's not from here. The other thing I would talk about is like Idaho is not it's a calculated move to be able to come here and propose a data center for 3 reasons. The first being we have cheap energy. That's because the Snake River dams that we've got and Idaho Power, like we've got a lot of cool things here that makes our power cheap. So people pick us on purpose. Yeah. they pick us on purpose. We also have huge tax breaks for these operations. The gentleman, I'll reiterate what he said. It only takes 30 people to qualify for those, and they don't have to pay a bunch of taxes. So that $2 billion that they would have spent on servers could be state, like that wouldn't go to the state. Like it'd just be free servers that he doesn't have to pay taxes on. The other thing is just the natural side of like this is something that would last in our area for 30 years, right? Like that's a long time to say yes to something that like there is no clear details because they just want that CUP in place before we get a chance to really question what's going on. So my recommendation is no. Appreciate your time tonight. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
All right. Hello, my name is Sebastian Ross. I am a resident of Pocatello, and there's been a lot of questions here tonight, and I'd like to provide one fact. So I'm going to begin by quoting a study, if that's okay. It's called Infrasonic and Low Frequency Noise Exposure from Large Data Centers, a Proposed Analytical Framework. This is a study by Tammy Budina of Adams State University. So I'm just going to read parts of the abstract here. So large-scale data centers generate substantial quantities of infrasonic and low-frequency noise, otherwise known as ILFN, acoustic energy predominantly below 200 hertz with appreciable energy extending below 20 hertz. As a continuous, sustained byproduct of the cooling infrastructure, uninterruptible power supply systems, backup generators, and high-density server arrays. Unlike conventional industrial noise infrasound, propagates over distances with minimal atmospheric reduction, penetrates structural barriers that amplify ILFN sound, and produce physiological effects at frequency levels too low to be audibly received by most affected individuals. However, ILFN at decibel levels high enough to evoke physiological responses results in syndromes characterized by sleep disruption, headache, tinnitus, cognitive impairment, and cardiovascular stress response, and has been documented in residential populations proximate to wind turbines, industrial compressor stations, and HVAC installments. End quote. So, what I, at the cost of long-term health risks, what I would like to know is how this is being addressed, if it's being addressed, and how this benefits us. At the cost of long-term hearing damage and cardiovascular disease, how does AI, designed to replace jobs, and chatbots designed to replace social interactions, benefit the community or the city for that matter? Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to have to stand very awkwardly. Thank
I'm
you for
sorry.
having me in my public comment today, Kathleen. My name is Nathan Scholes. I am a resident of Pocatello. As in all races, there are winners and losers, and this is a race that didn't immediately start yesterday. It's started for the last several years. The concern I wish to state today is that we may be inadvertently entailing ourselves into becoming a loser. The concern is the disruption that will happen through the construction. As the gentleman stated today, that they will plan on demolishing the building and rebuilding 7 different buildings. That will come at a noise disturbance to the residents as those things can occur, as well as the air pollution potentially from the wind turbines. Concern as well is that while the gentleman also described the current situation there at the Hokum building as a bomb went off, in his words, the concern also is that we create further harm and disruption to a project that may not reach conclusion. Oracle, one of the leading frontiers as a company in the use of AI right now, did one of the largest layoffs this year in the United States. And the concern is this a gamble that we make with this company at this time to disrupt our land and the use of our infrastructure to a company that may or may not succeed? And I just ask that the City Council and yourself as the hearing examiner consider those risks and the disruption, because all change is consumptive and takes effort and risk. And I am of the opinion that it is not a risk we're taking. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sue Skinner, and I'm a retired environmental regulator here in town. We've seen this movie before, and it was called Hoku. One of the things that I would first like to say, so that I'm not repeating what a lot of people have said, is I totally support what Linda Engel said and the issues that she raised here. In my experience, when we don't get information up front, I challenge the planning committee to follow the money and be very clear about who's funding what and when, again, from our Hoku experience. I also would challenge that the city attorney use Dun & Bradstreet as a mechanism to research any of the financial tracks that they discover. So one of the things that I haven't heard clearly yet here is the fact that we have a geographic challenge, and that is our hills here. We've talked about inversions, but those are very real here. For those of you who are 30 and over maybe, and you might recall and remember when we had 2 large permitted emission sources in Power County, that all the emissions came in here during winter inversions. Many of you probably know family members who have health issues from that regard. We need to be careful, and with FMC's closure, that was an open door for us to do things right from this point on. So I would like to see us be aware that our challenge is our geography, where we live here, if we're going to have an emission source, and a natural gas generator would do that. Also, natural gas generators can sometimes stop, and so what is the backup system? What are they going to do with that? Definitely we need more information. I would really like to see that. The city just spent 20 years attracting recreation and to the Abercrombie Trail and to the Port Neuf River for floating. I've not heard enough information about what those impacts might be, but certainly noise and birds do not mix. There are some special birds down there that really require us to continue to, if we want to continue to enjoy those, to make sure that the noise issue is addressed effectively. Smart growth means growth pays for growth. We need to make sure that that happens here. They need to have severe bonding to not screw us as citizens. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Jim DeSanza, lived in Pocatello for 37 years. First of all, I'd like to say thank you to the city for setting this up. And looking around to every one of the speakers and every one of you who are going to speak, this is democracy in action. I'm honored to be here. I want to highlight, and I can be quick because 1 or 2 speakers have already highlighted, I want to emphasize a closed system. A closed water system is not a truly closed system. On a regular basis, these data centers need to flush their system, just like we used to flush our radiators in the old days at home, and then we pour it in the garden, which was a really great idea. They have to flush their system in order to remove bacteria and corrosive agents. That treated water is very difficult to clean, and it almost never can go back into the watershed. The best closed system is only about 70% efficient, and it's not uncommon for a closed system to be flushed of 25% of its water volume each and every month. And I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm old enough to remember when you used to flush your radiator, and you did it at home, and then you poured it in the garden, and what came out was not green. It was brown to black. It was hideous. And so this is not a truly closed system. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to, this side here has been so good, and people just keep moving around to get in line. So please, if some of you want to go ahead and get in line to sign up in the seated seat, I don't want you to. Yeah. Thank you for your patience.
Are you ready? Should I wait?
Just a moment. Yeah. Okay. All right, we'll go ahead and continue.
Okay.
Thank you.
My name is Nancy DeSanza, and my husband just spoke. I'm going to do my best not to repeat what he has to say, but I've also been here for 37 years, and I have a number of concerns about this AI data center. I do want to reiterate what he said, though, about the folks who are here today, that this is indeed democracy in action. I teach public speaking, and I teach my students that it's important to speak as a community, and the community is shown up here, and I am truly honored and humbled by everyone who's here and everyone who just stood up to speak. I'm addressing two of the issues in the conditional use permit, and the first requirement is that public services should be able to serve the applicant. And my argument is that public services, in fact, do not adequately serve the applicant. We've talked a lot about water. I'm going to talk a little bit more about electricity today. There's a lot of confusion in the application between 100 megawatts or 200 megawatts, but there is no confusion of the fact that Idaho Power says that this is more than what Pocatello consumes in a single year. The statement that Idaho Power offered tonight remains uncertain because it is all preliminary information and it's niceties, right? I'm sure that we could work together, but there's nothing concrete about it, and we don't even know who we're working with because this is somebody who's going to sell this land off to some other data center, Microsoft or Oracle or somebody who we have absolutely no reason to believe has Pocatello or the goodwill of us in their minds. They have demonstrated no goodwill, and the status of this application demonstrates that. Closed-loop data centers require 10 to 40% more than other systems, and this is going to be a closed-loop system. Despite the claims that these costs will not be passed on to consumers, data proves that differently. It is empirically true, according to Goldman Sachs, that rates of electricity in AI data centers across areas have risen 267%, and they will continue to skyrocket to as much as 167% by 2030. The proposal is vague and untrustworthy, and they have not earned our trust that we will hopefully cross our fingers. My second argument is that data centers host toxic chemicals. They're called PFAS, forever chemicals, because they don't break down in the environment. And these data centers can leak them or seep them into the water. And the EPA said in 2024 that there is no safe level of exposure to PFAS chemicals given how toxic that they are to humans. This is too dangerous for us.
Thank you.
My name's John Ellie. I'm a lifelong resident of Pocatello. And as the hearing examiner pointed out at the beginning of this meeting, we're talking about approval or disapproval of this conditional use permit application. So it seems to me like, considering the applicant's information that they've supplied, we don't have enough information to make a decision. We don't know anything until Idaho Power gets their study done and they know how big this plant is going to be, and all the other details follow that. So I would urge the examiner to deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you for removing your hat.
My name is Gabriel Wooten. I'm a lifetime resident here in Pocatello, coming up on 24 years. All I want is what's best for the city, and I want the best use of land that we can possibly have. With it being 7 different buildings at 100,000 square feet, I worry that the amount of jobs it will create will not be adequate for the amount of land that is using and for the environmental damage that it can bring upon our city. I really hope that we can find a better option than a data center, and I don't necessarily know that I trust this company to build it and then just sell it off to whatever company desires to use it for a data center, since they don't have an industry like Microsoft or Meta behind them. Right now in Richland Parish, Louisiana, Meta is building a 4 million square foot data center, and they are quoting it as having 500 permanent jobs. I'm concerned that with only 700,000 square feet, the 150 to 300 jobs permanently that they are quoting will not actually be what we receive. And of those jobs, which ones will go to lifetime or recent Pocatello residents, people that live here and actually want to stay here. I'm scared that maybe those jobs will go to people from out of state, and it will be a waste of our land that could be a good use for the people here. And I hope that we can come up with something better. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Max Magny. First, I want to say thank you for your time. I want to say thank you to everybody here. Clearly, everyone here has done more research than the individual at the very beginning, and I would like to expand and probably give some insight onto the individual's company. As he had said, he's from Arizona. Currently, if you look it up in Arizona's databases, the prior experience of this company in the construction that they have done is strictly on RV garage parking. They have not done any previous work that would indicate that they have experience in high compute input or large scale 200 megawatt data centers. That's not to say that they shouldn't be able to do something like that, but I think part of the process that a lot of people are concerned about with someone coming in and trying to offer something like this and not providing any clear guidelines or instruction as to what they're going to be doing is there needs to be a better vetting process. And I believe that this should be part of that on what companies are coming here, what are they trying to do, why are they trying to do it, and do they have experience or do they have the ability to get the experience to do those things. The individual did not mention that he didn't have any experience. You would think that would be something you would like to want to do in somewhere like this where there's concern and you're just trying to make, a good foot forward for what you're trying to do. Ultimately, I think that knowledge is imperative, and AI data centers are not going to be going away. AI data centers are going to be built globally, all around the world. It is a national defense priority from the president. It is important. However, we need them done properly and well taken care of, because if the people's lives are at risk for building this, then what is the point ultimately? Everyone, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Evan Brockett. I've been an on-again, off-again resident of Pocatello for my entire life. I currently live here, work here, and go to school here. And what I seem to be noticing with regards to the CUP is that it's a promise. It's a promise between the applicant and the city of Pocatello that if we all cross our fingers, for about 3 years, we'll end up with a data center. Now, ultimately, as according to the information I've received, about half of data centers that are actually put under construction or begun are either delayed or flat out canceled. So being able to put enough trust in the applicant in order to ensure that this data center can actually be constructed, after 3 years of the various, potential downsides to the construction process, and I think everyone said that there have been many. There should be, at least according to the promise, a light at the end of the tunnel, a way for jobs and revenue for the city. What we'll end up with at the end of this 3-year process, considering hopefully everything goes well as possibly can, we'll end up with a data center. And what then? Data isn't something with inherent value. It can only exist as something that can be utilized in order to gain information. And it's for that reason that Meta, that Microsoft, that Amazon Web Services, that some of the largest corporations in the world utilize data centers in order to, in order to run their businesses, in order to fund or to run the things that they do. If we all cross our fingers for the next 3 years and hope that there's no market correction, that there's no large issue when it comes to data centers, that there's no massive technological leap, when it seems that every month there's something that seems to happen that confuses and makes these sorts of things hard to predict. If we cross our fingers for about 3 years, hopefully the data center that we create will be viable, will be usable, and will be able to be sold off or leased at least to one of these major companies, and then we'll have the spate of issues that have also been spoken about ecologically. What this sounds like, to me at least, is this is a gamble. This is a gamble that what's being promised will actually get done, that the gas generators and the noise pollution and the construction will eventually turn into something that might be able to be sold at some point in time to a buyer. And ultimately, I've never lived through the dot-com crash. I've never lived through Enron. I've never lived through any of the massive, problems that, I think have ended up on the news And I really hope I never have to. I really hope I never have to live through an issue like that. I think that's all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Gino White. I'm a sophomore at Pocatello High School. And I do speech and debate where I talk about this town and how amazing it is. And while I do cover the environment a lot, that's not what I want to focus on. I want to focus on how important and impressive the land that HOCO is on is. As we're aware, HOCO is used to make, as I believe, solar panels, something that goes into the world and makes it better in so many other ways. Now we want to replace that with an AI data center. I believe this land has amazing potential, but that potential shouldn't be used on something that allows kids to cheat on homework. There's a train track next to that data center and jobs that need filled. That data center won't use jobs and it won't use that train track. That land has the potential to make a factory that can make infrastructure that could go out into the world to make it better. If we put something else there that actually requires jobs, we give jobs to people in Pocatello. We bring back train tracks in Idaho. My father told me that a town is dying if it isn't growing. And I believe Pocatello should stay alive forever because I love this town. I've lived here my entire life. And a data center won't help it grow. It'll just sit there and bring up all the issues people have already discussed. If we want to make Pocatello great, we need to use that land for something that will truly make it special. Something not like HOCO, but similar. Something that will make infrastructure that can go out into the world. It will make jobs and actually make revenue for our city. If we want Pocatello to flourish, we can't waste our land and our resources on a data center. We need to put it towards infrastructure that helps the world. And while I pray it would be on something for renewable energy, we already saw how that went. Anything can help this town grow. I really don't want to come back to this town in 60 years and see, wow, it's Stanley, Idaho. I want to come back here and see, wow, it's flourishing. And I think if we use this land to put something amazing there, to put a factory that can make something to help the world, we could truly change Pocatello. And that's why I stand against the use of this land for a data center. Thank you.
Thank you. Tell your mom she should be proud of you.
My name's Tanya Cleaves, and I'm here to ask you to please deny the conditional use permit. The application fails to satisfy the approval standards required under Pocatello City Code 17.02.130.d, Section 1 through 7, and approval would place unacceptable burdens and risk on the residents, infrastructure, environment, and future development of our community. I don't have a lot of time, so for Section 1, Section 2, but I'm going to start with what I really liked, which was Section 4. Inability of existing public facilities and service to adequately support the project. The project cannot be adequately served by existing public facilities and service without placing substantial burdens on infrastructure systems and taxpayers. Pocatello's infrastructure and emergency service capacities are already under significant strain, and this proposal would intensify those pressures dramatically. According to the staff report, the proposed facility could require up to 100 megawatts of power annually, a demand reported comparable to the entire city of Pocatello's annual electric use. Idaho Power further acknowledged that the generation study could not conclusively determine whether Idaho Power could meet the proposed load ramp. The people of Pocatello should not be asked to risk power reliability, increased infrastructure cost, or future utility instability for a project that provides minimal local benefit while imposing extraordinary public burdens. Like I said, I printed this out. I'll give you a copy. Failure to provide, under Section 7, failure to provide sufficient information and meet required conditions. The applicant has failed to provide sufficient information necessary for meaningful review and informed public consideration. Critical studies and mitigation plans, including utility impact analysis, environmental assessments, infrastructure mitigation measures, and long-term operational impacts, remain incomplete or inconclusive. The burden of proof rests on the applicant, not the citizens of Pocatello. The city should not be expected to override legitimate community concerns or speculate about unresolved impacts in order to accommodate a proposal of this scale. Ultimately, a decision with a consequence this significant should not move forward through an incomplete and uncertain process. A project capable of permanently reshaping the future of Pocatello. Pocatello deserves the highest level of scrutiny, technical review, and public accountability. Because this application fails to meet the standard required under Section 17.02.130.d of Pocatello City Code, the conditional use permit should be denied. And I'll leave it at that and give you the copy, and she already has a copy.
You
And public
submitted it-
speaking's not my thing.
You submitted that in writing.
I did.
Yes, I have that. I've read it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Not a public speaker.
It's okay. Yes.
Good evening, Kathleen. Thank you for putting this on and for hearing our voices. My name is Maximo Orr. I am a resident of Pocatello and a public school teacher here. I think we heard some compelling points earlier from people in favor of the data center about the ways that it could be safe and the ways that it could even be beneficial. I do not share their optimism, however, that institutions that have a fiscal incentive to place profits over people will place people over profits in that way. I don't know if I would go this far, but several economists have referred to AI as a bubble that will pop. And we are trusting in the words of a company that is not local, that provided stunningly little information today. We are trusting them with our future, with our land, with our bills. And as a teacher, I just see too much poverty to too many good people to trust companies that have a fiscal incentive to devalue us. There is a potential, like someone said, of a 267% increase in the cost of electricity. And that, to me, is not worth any potential minimal gains that we could get from this data center. I do not trust companies who do not come forward with crystal clear information while retaining a fiscal incentive to screw us over. With our tax dollars, with our good people, with our poor people, I believe that we have a responsibility to take care of our own before we help distant billionaire companies. I believe we have made our opinions very clear tonight, and so it doesn't make much sense to me to go against the clear majority, to trust people who have proven they are not trustworthy, to gamble when it is us at stake. And I hope that the leaders of this city feel the same way, that it does not make sense to go against the will of the people, to cater to people who do not have our best interests in mind. Thank you. I yield my time.
Watch out, guys.
Thank you. My name's Sunny Millen. I hadn't planned on speaking tonight, but I was disturbed by the very little information given by the developer. And I also have a point that I don't think anyone else has brought up yet. This is a tax increment financing district. So does that obligate the city to reimburse this developer for any infrastructure and cleanup and improvements that are going to be done in that area? I hope they're not going to be done with this batch of folks, but I'm against a data center for many of the reasons, environmentally, water-wise, that others have brought up, and I thank you. I'm leaving now.
Hello, my name is Lillian McCullough. I've lived here for about 5 years now, but my 3 baby siblings will be living here for much longer, aged 6, 9, and 15 back there. So many people have spoken tonight who are much more prepared and much wiser than I am, but I would like to turn an ear to the city's youth. We and the people who will be living here much longer than I will, my baby siblings and the children of this town, deserve the world. They deserve a clean city, and they deserve beautiful mountains and unpolluted streams. I do not trust large tech companies. I haven't been on this earth long, but in the time that I've been here, I have seen them screw us over. I have watched my peers and myself grow more reliant and more depressed with the growth of technology. I have felt a slip, and I am terrified. I do not want my younger siblings to live in a world of fear, and I don't want the children of the future who will grow up to inherit this world to have to be afraid. I don't want this data center here. I don't want AI in this world. And I am strongly against this whole idea. I thank you very much for hearing me today.
Thank you.
Please have
for
a wonderful
coming up.
evening.
Hi, my name is Cami Burrup. I am born and raised here in Pocatello, Idaho. I am here to oppose the approval and recommend the denial of the conditional use permit for Gus Schultz of Lex Developments LLC for the data center on 1800 River Parkway of Pocatello, Idaho. Many people have already covered the environmental crisis and stuff like that, but I would also like to go over, I called the city, I spoke to Jennifer Flynn, and I asked, my first initial question was to ask if there were any environmental specialists that have done consults or anything, and she informed me that there have been no in-depth evaluations of the risks and the impacts that this will have on our local environment. And for this reason alone, I believe this permit should not be approved since the codes have not been properly evaluated, meaning the applicant cannot provide evidence they meet the code criteria for approval. Another thing that was mentioned in the provided presentation, it was Pocatello has a built-in climate advantage. It states here the winter outdoor air utilization through October through May. It says Pocatello's cold winters allow outdoor air to assist in cooling the data center. I won't go into the entire statistics, but we just hit a record low or warmth for Idaho. And that was, we experienced that. And yeah, I believe that it should be denied because there is not, his conditions have not been evaluated in order to approve his conditions. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Evelyn Stanton. I'm a senior at Highland High School, and I was born and raised here in Pocatello. I grew up hiking and camping and kayaking and stargazing around here. We have a beautiful town pressed up against mountains and rivers, and I'm furious and heartbroken that there's a possibility for an AI data center to be built here. I'm aware of the Idaho House Bill 895 making closed-loop data centers mandatory in an attempt to combat the negative effects, but I'm here to tell you that closed-loop data centers still cause so much harm. Even though these data centers do not directly use water as a coolant, these closed-loop data centers require electricity, which still spike water consumption. And harmful amounts of water will still be wasted in our desert and drought-prone environment. Closed-loop data centers just add a middleman to sound more eco-friendly. A unique feature of these closed-loop data centers is the dangerous chemicals emitted and discharged from them. They produce PFAS chemicals, referred to as forever chemicals, as a woman said earlier, because they last for hundreds to thousands of years, poisoning our environment and our bodies. In 2024, the Environment Protection Agency determined that, quote, there's no safe level of exposure to PFAS chemicals given how toxic they are to humans and the environment. Some PFAS chemicals are classified as carcinogenic by the World Health Organization, end quote. And some of the harms also influence our struggling climate. Quote, these gases can escape into the air where they accelerate climate change. Some PFAS gases used in cooling data centers have global warming potential that is thousands of times higher than carbon dioxide, CO2. These data centers will also cause major noise pollution, and how terrible it would be to trade the sound of rustling trees, chirping birds, and rushing water for the mechanical and deafening buzz of an AI data center. An AI data center will add nothing to our beautiful town, only worsening our way of life. In Virginia, where a closed-loop data center was put, it skyrocketed prices by 267%, as someone said earlier. In an economy where people are barely able to afford housing or to put themselves through school, why would we ever entertain the thought of putting something that would influence our prices so much? It will destroy our beautiful, honored land, poison us and our wildlife, and with cancer-causing chemicals and worsen the financial crisis that we are already in. It will provide nothing for our city. I plead with you to put a stop to this. Do not allow greedy AI companies to destroy our town and land that we should be proud of and protecting. It does nothing to serve and better our community and people. It only harms us, and that should be reason enough to say no. We should always prioritize our people over profit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Joyce Bybee. The first criteria for review for this proposal is 17.02.130D2 is consistent with the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan of the city of Pocatello. In 2023, the comprehensive plan of the city for the year of 2040 was written with great effort and expense, and it was published. There are 7 vision elements to this comprehensive plan, and I believe that this CUP has to be denied because it does not meet the comprehensive plan goals and visions. The first vision is outdoor oriented. The people of Pocatello spoke in this comprehensive plan and said that we value our love of the outdoors. The applicant has not addressed the impact that the proposed data center would have on our love of the outdoors. In fact, we all believe, and the data shows that the data center endangers public access to natural amenities, reduced air quality forces nature lovers indoors, a depleted aquifer lowers the water level on the river and the reservoirs, which we all know has been very low in recent years, leading to disappointed boaters and anglers. Increased power usage heightens fire danger, which devastates parks, natural beauty of the town, and our trails. The second vision, economically robust, has an interesting quote, growth for the sake of growth is the ideology of the cancer cell, from Edward Abbey. The applicant's proposed data center is not in line with our city's vision to promote Pocatello as a desirable place to live, work, and play. As far as work goes, the applicant won't be hiring much long-term staff to work here. In fact, their proposal states that the applicant refers to the staffing as, quote, limited employee presence. The applicant refers to the traffic associated with use as minimal, consisting of, quote, periodic employee access and occasional service or maintenance visits. And the applicant also states that operational intensity is low due to limited staffing and reduced activities. So clearly, there is not going to be a benefit as far as work. As far as play and making Pocatello desirable in that regard, the proposed data center is nowhere near as exciting as the new skate park, the Ross Park swimming pool, or the First Friday Art Walk, all of which enhance our way of life and our love of this town. As far as being a place to live where we enjoy being here, the potential data center's impact on air quality, noise pollution, and likely increased cost of energy will make Pocatello a less pleasant place to live. Furthermore, I'd like to mention that the applicant did not address the immense risk of wildfire, which is presented by the proposed data center. Lithium-ion batteries are the backup power supply of choice, and they are a significant fire safety risk. That hasn't been addressed, and I do wonder about how many of those lithium-ion batteries there will be. Can we combat any sort of fire should something happen? And yeah, that's it. Thanks.
Thank you. I want to thank everybody that's still hanging in here. It's been a long evening, and I appreciate that you're still here and still wanting to comment, so.
Good evening, Madam Examiner. My name is Alana Leonardi. So AI data centers do cause problems for rural communities, which they're built in. And the list I have here are related to land use and their issues. So power usage and increased costs for residents, power prioritization and water use. The conditional use permit application, I believe, should be denied because of these reasons, which I will skip discussing mostly because they have been covered quite thoroughly in the previous time. But it should also be denied because of the lack of information and plans included in the CUP application. In the application, there is a lot of hype and a lot of promises, and it's very short on specifics. Without building plans, there is not enough information on what actual infrastructure will be needed. It appears they want approval for empty boxes to do with as they please later on, which may increase property values, but I don't believe that this application should be approved with no substantive plans submitted. I'm going to skip over the power concerns as that has been covered. One thing that has not been touched on related to power is the prioritization of it. Will there be brownout conditions after such a power-hungry thing comes online? And is it expected that the data center would get priority in such a scenario? Power outages are disruptive at best and can cause fatalities at worst. Without a guarantee that impacted towns would receive priority in the case of a brownout, the CUP should be denied. Water is another resource, again, covered very clearly. There's not a lot of information on how much water will be needed at first. There's not information on contingencies for if there is a leak or other issue in the system needing a refill of fresh water. And because of that, I also believe that this should be denied. The application has concepts of a plan, but there is and plenty of problems and potential for issues that haven't been worked out yet. And for what? So unlike a heavy industry, the definition of which Ms. Flynn read earlier, every single one of those examples resulted in a tangible product. And for this, there is just nothing. And we should not, as a community, pay the price for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Mary McAleese, and I'm a resident of Pocatello. I spent the first 20 years of my life in the cesspool that we call New Jersey, and then I was lucky enough to move to Idaho and spent the last 50 years here. So I have a lot of vested interest in this beautiful place. I'm not going to go into any of the things that have already been covered. I want to just touch on two things. The two people in front of me touched on the comprehensive plan for 2040, which I spent the last hour and a half reading. And I don't feel that this conditional use permit goes along with our comprehensive plan. So I would really want that addressed. The other person I really listened to was the first man who spoke in favor of this. He laid everything back on our city government. And so I feel that the buck stops with our city and county government, and that it's up to you to do, not you personally, but up to you all to do what's best for the citizens of Pocatello and Bannock County. And I don't believe that this is in our best interest. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Very nice snapping.
Hello, my name is Lindy Bryan. I have lived in Pocatello my entire life, and something that one of the first people brought up in that they wanted the data centers, they said they were worried for their young children and for the youth. And as a youth, I'm here to tell you what I have been doing for the past 19 years. I have been going on hikes. I've been dipping my toes in the Portneuf River. I've been going to the farmers markets. I've been in the hills. I've been having bonfires. I've been doing all these things in nature. I've been going to community things like movies in the park. I've been going to the library. And as someone who's lived here my entire life, I can say that I think there are three things that we find most important in Idaho. That is transparency, that is community, and that is our environment. So everything's really been touched on. I'm not sure if there's much more I can say to you, except for the fact that the data center does not support any of these values that I think we all have. Transparency has been surprising to me today. As I listened to Mr. Schultz speak, I took notes on what he was saying, and although you can't see, I have question marks after every single point that he made. He was not clear on anything to do with power, with sewer, with water, only a promise that it will eventually pan out. And I would like to point out that in places like Utah, in Virginia, in I think Georgia, I read, there have been promises made to residents that never came true. And what's to say that they'll come true for us? I would also say the environment is so important. I think people have not really, I mean, they have touched, but on like the heat island, that's very concerning to me, as well as the use of natural gases, the uptake in that, and power as well. That will be, if Idaho Power does not make an agreement with Lex, that all comes on to us. We pay for the utilities. We pay for the taxes if there's a tax break. I would just like to say that I think we should move to deny the data center. It's not worth it. And as a youth, I want to grow up here. I want to continue to be in the hills, to be in the river, to be out doing stupid, dumb things because I can, not because I'm limited because of this data center and how it's impacting us. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, knock it off.
Hello, my name is Alex Jensen, and I'm actually a resident of Blackfoot, not from Pocatello. And the reason I'm here is because I have been going to ISU for about 12 years, the first 10 being getting my education in starting in computer science with both a minors in IT and music. But I graduated with an MBA just 3 years ago and have continued working for ISU since. The reason I bring this up is because I am an IT professional. And one of the many things I've learned over my case the careers that has not been brought up by anyone here is the cybersecurity of these facilities that are continuing to grow across our country. There are many places across the world right now that get hit by cyber attacks every day. I worked on Hill Air Force Base and heard many stories of people just basic man-in-the-middle attacks, which is basically unwanted actors in facilities that are very secure, very classified, and making their way through and getting away with data that might not be there. This is what Pocatello will be inviting onto its land when it decides to bring in a data center. These type of things already affect everyday normal people here with phishing scams. Everyone knows the famous Nigerian prince. Well, what happens when a company executive falls for that? What happens when another person buys up this data center that LexCorp built? Sorry, it's not LexCorp, but you get the idea. We are inviting in actors from out of state that now get to play in our backyard, get to decide what happens with this, use the resources for this, and has to now administer and protect this as well. And are we going to hold them up to that standard? We're already having trouble holding up to the standards to even get the thing built, to even provide the thing with resources. And now let's assume everything runs just fine. What other interested actors are going to come into play here? I don't know. I can't support a data center that has not had not just a clear infrastructure use of the land, but how they're going to protect it, how they're going to maintain it, how they're going to facilitate when something goes wrong. And so for that, I cannot let the data center, at least at this time, be approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi there, I'm Scar Maxwell. I'm the debate captain at Highland High School, or one of our debate captains. And one of the most concerning aspects of this proposed data center is its enormous demand for electricity. The facility would require approximately 100 megawatts of power, which is roughly equivalent to the amount of electricity the entire city of Pocatello uses in an entire year. If this project is approved, it would double Pocatello's yearly energy consumption. And the problem is that we don't have the necessary infrastructure to support a project of this scale. But if this does move forward, the facility would likely rely heavily on gas generators to supplement its energy use because our current power grid cannot support such high demand. These generators are not only environmentally damaging, but are also extremely loud. A single generator on its own is loud, but this project would require multiple generators operating simultaneously in order to meet the facility's needs. The result would be constant industrial noise that is annoying not only to residents, but also disrupts our wildlife. In addition, data centers are known to increase utility costs for the people who live nearby due to the strain on the power grid. As energy demand rises, utility companies often pass down the costs of new infrastructure and energy production directly onto consumers through increasing their rates. Water usage associated with this data center is equally alarming. The project planning points to a closed-loop cooling system as evidence of sustainability. And while it is true that the system could decrease water usage by around 80%, the facility would still consume approximately 1.6 million gallons of water. This is an absurd amount, especially considering that the entirety of Idaho is currently in a drought. Even if the facility itself uses less water directly, the problem is not truly being solved, and communities like ours should not be misled into believing that this is a sustainable solution. Finally, it's claimed that this facility would create jobs and strengthen our local economy, but that argument falls apart under closer examination. When we look to things like data centers, we see that they function more as infrastructure and maintenance facilities rather than hubs for innovation and high-paying technological careers. While construction may create temporary jobs, those positions disappear once the project is completed. After construction, data centers require very few full-time employees to operate. Because these facilities primarily house automated systems, most local jobs are low-wage, non-technical positions such as security, maintenance, and janitorial staff.
These jobs do little to create lasting economic growth or meaningful career opportunities for our residents. On average, many data centers only employ about 20 to 30 highly skilled tech workers on site. And for a project with such high demands, the return is incredibly small. When we see that this is going to be incredibly detrimental to our community, we cannot be allowing this to slide. Our community is being asked to accept higher utility costs, pollution, water waste, and strain on our power grid in exchange for non-existent economic benefits. We need to prioritize projects that actually invest in our communities, and this data center does not meet that standard. And for those reasons, I strongly oppose its construction.
Thank you.
Sorry, just 1 second here.
It's okay. Tell me when you're ready.
Okay, so my name is Shayla Van Horn. I lived in Pocatello my entire life. And I guess I'm just going to read what I wrote. I believe this CUP application for the data center in the old Hoku plant should be denied, as several experts across the country have expressed concern for the negative environmental and health effects consistent in areas within close range of AI data centers. In this response, I will specifically be addressing the applicant's response to sections 1702, 130, D4, and D7. As I feel it left much to be desired, ignoring the question of public health and resources in favor of speaking on to economical benefits, and a very generic denial, and with very little evidence or detail. With an ongoing drought crisis and data centers being built in surrounding states, an approval of this application would show blatant disregard for citizens' health, welfare, and resources/public facilities. The city's desire to secure profits over people, and I do not believe that falls within the city code outlined on the application. I've attached an article from a writer at Harvard T.H. Chan School of Public Health, in which they interviewed expert Michael Cork, PhD, and discussed the impacts of data centers in counties across the country, including air pollution, and it affects specifically children, the elderly, and the already immunocompromised. He also speaks on the Vantage Data Center, which we heard from a woman earlier, and that they increased their estimated health damages cost was anywhere from $53 million to $99 million. There's also a document from Missouri Coalition for the Environment in which it cites many sources that prove the negative impact of data centers. The noise affects sleep, increases stress, and damages cardiovascular health. Light pollution has those same effects with the added addition of increased breast cancer rates. According to the document and its attached sources, these centers also cause temperatures to rise. Are we not currently in a water crisis after the warmest winter on record? Wouldn't introducing a data center in our city therefore make this crisis potentially ongoing, creating water shortages for years to come as snowpack in the winter decreases in surrounding areas due to the heat being produced from the data center? The NERC, the North American Electric Reliability Corporation, has expressed a high level of concern for grid stability across the entire country, meaning that citizens could face regular power outages along with other health risks a data center would pose. The applicant's lack of effort and evidence to prove our community's health and safety will not be affected is also incredibly alarming, especially with the several sources that state otherwise.
I'm sorry, your time's up, but thank you very much.
Good evening, Madam Lewis, hearing examiner. My name is Trish Kerner, and Pocatello is my home. Thank you for your time and your patience tonight as you listen to everybody rant and rave about this conditional use permit for the data center. And thank you to the city staff for your service to our community. I hope you're getting paid overtime right now. In respect to your time, I will focus on the facts. Yeah, your salary, right? Yeah, okay. I will focus on the facts provided by the applicant and how these do not meet the conditional use permit requirements. And I will try not to repeat what has been said. First, it's been required that the projects be adequately served by public facilities and services. We have heard about that a lot tonight, so I'm not going to talk anymore about that, but I want to emphasize that. The applicant justifies their approval by stating that their project can be supported by existing and planned infrastructure. The applicant's statements are inconsistent with the facts and contradict the requirements for approval. Second, the city's criteria for approval require consistency with the Pocatello 2040 Comprehensive Plan. This has been mentioned twice. I just want to emphasize this again. This plan lays out 7 values and associated goals that were agreed upon by the city, all of the departments, and the Pocatello community. Some of the values emphasized in this plan are robust economics and environmental resilience. The applicant presents the project as an addition to our economy, but the long-term benefits remain unclear. In the marketing materials, the applicant claims an addition of 150 to 300 long-term jobs. However, and this has been quoted before, I'm just going to do it again because I find it important. Throughout the application, they justify approval by repeatedly characterizing the facility as, quote, limited employee access, limited staffing, reduced activity levels, minimal traffic generation, and periodic employee access. These statements indicate a primarily automated system, not a significant long-term employment generator. There are also concerns about environmental resilience. Many of those have been listed, and it remains unclear. I just want to emphasize that environmental values were repeatedly written and agreed upon in the city's vision plan and should be carefully considered in this application. And finally, the city's goals include regional economic leadership. Leadership requires sustainable infrastructure planning, responsible utility management, and development aligned with long-term community goals. And for these reasons, I respectfully ask that the conditional use permit application be denied.
Thank you.
Okay. Examiner Lewis, thank you for being here, and thank you for opening this to the public. My name is Derek Adams. I recently graduated from Idaho State, and I currently work in the tech industry. Firsthand, I've seen companies spend hundreds of thousands and often millions of dollars on advanced AI systems, from AI integrations to MCPs, multi-agent workflows, and even trying to lay off entire departments, tens of thousands of people. Even with that firsthand exposure, I remain deeply skeptical that projects like this will create enough lasting economic benefit to justify the long-term burden they place on communities and the technological unemployment they may accelerate. Data centers are often presented as major job creators, as all the supporters of this data center mentioned. But the reality is often much more complicated. While they're capital intensive, with billions of dollars being spent on this, they're not labor intensive. Construction may create a couple jobs, but comparative to the amount of scale of the building, the energy demand, and the infrastructure required to support them, the larger issue is what this data center ultimately enables. The labor market for young graduates is already extremely difficult, especially for those trying to enter white-collar careers. This affects the population of Pocatello, who many of us come from ISU, where we come for white-collar careers. Companies across industries have slowed entry-level hiring, raised experience requirements, consolidated roles, and like I mentioned, laid off tens of thousands of workers. I've seen this firsthand with friends, colleagues, and many people I know. So the question becomes, are the 50 to 100 permanent jobs that are hypothetical created by the AI center or by the data center enough to offset the broader employment pressure these technologies may place on future AI graduates? Despite the enormous investment flowing into AI, the real-world productivity often falls short of the promises being made. Across the tech industry, companies are spending massive amounts on AI tools without seeing anywhere close to the gains that they've been promised. That disconnect is part of why many young workers are increasingly skeptical of AI. To many in Gen Z, this feels like a tool not to create opportunity, but to take away what we've been promised, the American dream. The first step to getting a family, to getting a house, to retiring is that first job right out of college for many people. And with AI, if it takes it away, what's left? In an economy and a world that we didn't have any part creating, with an unstable job market, inflation, rising housing costs, declining affordability, things that we have to deal with, why should we make that worse? Why should we make that worse for one of the direct communities that we're meant to assist, that we're meant to grow? We should be cautious about supporting infrastructure that may further erode access to the very entry-level opportunities that allow people to pursue the American dream in the first place. I ask you not to only think about the people being impacted today, but also about the young people who will live with the consequences of these decisions for decades to come. To close, I want to give a direct quote from the CEO of the #1 AI company, OpenAI. This is a quote by Sam Altman.
I think that AI probably, most likely, will lead to the end of the world. In the meantime, there'll be some great companies created with serious machine learning. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Makita Martin. I also do speech and debate for Highland High School. And unlike my wonderful teammate, I do a different debate event called Congress. And that gives me the ability to research a bunch of different bills submitted, including multiple things of AI, meaning that for about the last 6 months, I've been consistently studying AI and its benefits and its consequences. And one of the bills that I was able to research was a green construction bill. And I found out that construction, according to the UN Environmental Program, accounts for a staggering 37% of global emissions. This, as my friend aptly says, we have enough construction as it is. We just finished a construction project here in Pocatello, and my worry is not about the construction, because of course we want to be able to replace the HOCO plant with something more beneficial, but in the fact that we do not have enough regulations at this time. When I went and talked to the man who said he helps design AI things, he said that the Open One AI things that used a bunch of water are just going to turn into ghost towns because they're not beneficial anymore. Now, we can see, since there is a ban on regulation under new things that have just happened on AI, I know that that's going to eventually go extinct, and once Idaho places in regulations, then that means that we can maybe potentially have a AI data center that does not meet those regulations, and we'll either have to reconstruct to make it so it fits, or that will turn into a ghost town just like HOCO, where we're going to have this whole entire conversation over again. The reason that I know that this cannot last is because the godfather of AI just recently received the Nobel Prize, and he started to warn us that it is starting to increase too fast, that we cannot continue at this pace for AI, because the dangers, like the people before me said, of cybersecurity are a huge increase. We are right next to an FBI data center, and when AI becomes a pivotal factor in danger, and who knows, perhaps sometimes the way of a war, then we will become a target, because we'll have both the FBI and both the AI. And I think that that is just too much danger, and especially for something that we may have to renew or redevelop, I think that we should wait it out until we can have those regulations to have and know for a fact what we are going to do. Like we said, we don't know the exact outline that they have put down, and we don't know if that will be safe for us. And so I think we should hold off. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Angel Filari Lewis, and I am an Idaho resident of over 8 years. This project is stated to be 5 minutes from my home. I am against this notion, and while attempting to avoid already touched topics, would like to touch on some negative impacts that this proposal will make city residents face. Idaho is supposed to be an environmentally forward state, and with the danger of thermal, metal, and air pollution, it will hurt our ecosystems, the local flora and fauna, and then eventually us. I feel as if this notion is approved, it will be unpleasant and unhealthy to live here. In an attempt to come up with a newer point for you, I will lead with examples I've seen of poor communities being impacted and telling the world about it, while people look on and do nothing. On the point of cybersecurity, it's already been noted that we don't really know anything about the company behind it. Who's to say they will do anything other than what HOCO did, especially with the AI bubble going to pop? Added with the new data center approved for the Box Elder County in Utah, there will already be stress on the environment near us. Overall, the cons outweigh the benefits to adding in this kind of building to our small and already struggling town. This proposition will poison this community from the inside out, and the people profiting from said data center won't care because it makes them more money and they don't even live here. As a voice of the youth, I ask that we keep AI data centers out of Idaho. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lindy Pomeroy. I've been a native Idahoan for 22 years. I grew up in a very rural part of Idaho with a blue-collar dad and a mom who's a teacher. And I recently graduated from the ISU English and Honors programs, and I came to Pocatello for college. I had never lived somewhere like Pocatello, and I find this city to be extremely beautiful. And what I've really enjoyed about living here is the amount of community involvement that I've gotten to have. I have had so many opportunities, especially ones to volunteer at local food banks and homeless shelters. And my issues with AI are very deep. My issues with data centers are very deep. Everyone has mentioned every single environmental issue I have. And I would like to emphasize all of those. As someone who grew up without running water for a period of time, I have an extreme issue with the water usage that data centers have. As someone who comes from a creative background, I have an extreme issue with the way that data centers encourage AI, which is inherently stealing human creativity and causing issues of racism, sexism, homophobia, and so much more. I find that AI data centers actually have no real benefit to the cities that they are in, but especially for those populations that are low income and impoverished, data centers will do nothing but harm them. We live in a rural state. We live in a state that is already economically lower than every other state. And I don't see any reason that this center will actually provide help to those here when we could be doing something beneficial with this land. My parents are not high income. I lived below the poverty line for most of my life. As someone else mentioned, there's not a lot of jobs for those of us who've recently graduated. And in order for me to get a better paying job, I have to get more student loans to go to a higher education. A center like this isn't going to help any of those issues. The environmental concerns that it causes will harm those who are unhoused, will harm those that are low income, or harm those kids that their parents can't provide some things for them. There's no beneficial part of this to Pocatello. And I love this city. I love living here. I'm very sad to move away for school soon. And I enjoy everything I've gotten to do here. I enjoy hiking. I enjoy floating the Portneuf. I enjoy volunteering. I enjoy our local theater programs. I enjoy our local library. And none of those things will get better through the use of an AI data center, but they will get worse. And I think that's something that our community does really well at, is having a strong local creative community. And to allow a center like this is inherently to start the destruction of that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Rye Wilson. Before I start, I'd like to thank you for listening to over dozens of people, and I'd like to thank the City of Pocatello for allowing us to actually have a public hearing so you can hear our opinions on this. I'm a senior and a future ISU student, and I'm speaking on behalf of my best friend, Fiona Larson, who was unable to give her speech. So forgive me if I repeat some stuff. I had a hard time keeping track of what people have already said. I come here today representing the art students, science students, social studies teachers, humanities teachers, and our own neighbors as I disdain this development. I know I have limited time to bear, so please bear with me. To start, our neighbors just a few hours away in Utah are already incredibly upset about an AI data center being built in Hansel Valley because they don't have the resources to keep a center running sustainably. Our situation is no different. Pocatello residents would be given noise pollution from heavy machinery, technology, water pollution from water cooling systems, and water needed to develop that center initially, heat and air pollution from massive amounts of heat and chemicals dissipated by the building. In no world would anyone from our city willingly choose to suffer through noise, heat, and air and water pollution for a few $1 million. The initial cost of the center would be over $2 billion, and yes, the data center can and would generate some amount of revenue, but that is at the expense of our social and natural environment. I know that a lot of people have already talked about noise pollution, but as proud Idahoans, we need to acknowledge the sounds that we cannot hear, but that do impact our ecosystems. Remember that Pocatello is already in a drought and is already experiencing one of the worst snowpacks we've had. An AI data center is not worth the resources that we are going to inevitably lose. I appreciate Pocatello, and many of us have lived here our entire lives. We have a wonderful natural environment, incredible teachers, kind neighbors, and beautiful wildlife. As someone who wants Pocatello to stay unique and genuine, building a data center for money's sake is not worth the consequences that will inevitably follow. Many residents were not able to show up to attest this development, but I'm confident to say that there are thousands of us backing against this data center being built. But as you can see, there's lots of people signaling that we don't want this, and to protect the residents of Pocatello and the Idaho environment, we need to not allow this data center to be built. All in all, the data center is detrimental to the safety, health, and welfare of Pocatello's residents. But now, to very briefly talk about my own opinion, I think if the city of Pocatello and the county can ensure that there is no environmental damage or that it isn't detrimental to residents, then these AI data centers have to go somewhere. I think it would be selfish for us to push these data centers onto somewhere else when we know that they cannot be handled there. So if we can hold these, we do have the power to sustain these, and we can ensure that they are not detrimental to the environment, then we should allow them to exist in Pocatello. Because when we have the ability to protect other citizens who can't have that, we should do so. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Elena Jablonski. I, like many other people, would like to thank you all for being here. This has been a large time commitment of your evening, and so thank you everyone for being here. I am an outdoor recreation coordinator and instructor, so my livelihood exists on recreation. So when that is threatened, I'm worried. The Abruzewski Trail runs right along the Hoku site. That is a trail that's accessible recreation for people in Pocatello. It's part of the Greenway system that has been so heavily fought for the last decade. And it's an incredible system that connects our community to the outdoors in an easy way. We have harmed our recreation before with the historic flooding, and we built the stone walls, and now we see that those were maybe not the way to go about that. That it was a reaction to what was coming versus a longer impact that we could have looked at. So I would urge that we look at these impacts for a little bit longer before making reactionary decisions. Again, Pocatello is a haven for wildlife, for people who love the outdoors, and we should really strive to protect that best we can. I had a bunch of other things I wanted to tell you today, but many people have touched on those already. I wanted to talk about water consumption and power consumption and tax incentives, but I think that's been pretty well covered. The one thing I would really like to highlight again with the tax exemptions from the Idaho Tax Commission is that to receive the tax exemption, they only have to maintain 30 new full-time employees at the data center. And they only have to maintain that for 2 years. So that's not a lot of jobs that would be created through this from the impacts that it would have on the wildlife, on the birds, on the river. And then the last thing I would like to bring up, Ms. Bybee spoke about it earlier, in the comprehensive plan, there was a quote there on the bottom left of the page, and if you stop to look at it, it was from Edward Abbey. And it says, "Growth for the sake of growth is the ideology of the cancer cell." Allowing a data center to be constructed in Pocatello would be allowing a cancer to grow. This cancer will harm our agriculture, access to electricity, our environment, and our economy. So thank you for being here, and that is all I have for you today.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mariah Bishop, and I've lived in this corner of Pocatello since I was 3 years old. I've seen just about everything that this little patch of country has to throw at me. And I think that what all those years have taught me is community is probably the most important thing we have here in Idaho. And I would like to note that I'm very grateful for all of the voices that we've had for the community of Pocatello and all of the recreational activities around Pocatello and all of the areas around Pocatello itself. But me personally, my closest community is agriculture. I grew up in a farm family, and while I don't currently work on a farm anymore, my brother still spends every summer moving pipe and every fall slinging hay. So that's my background, and I'd just like to talk a little bit. I know water has been pretty significantly covered tonight. I just want to make a note that a lot of these AI data centers, if they do need to flush water, which I know there's been some debate about whether this one will, this one won't, if they do, those chemical pollutions will significantly affect a lot of the agriculture in this area if they reach that point. If we continue to put those kinds of chemicals out into our sewer systems, into our water systems, into our reservoirs, our crops are going to suffer, our cows are going to suffer, and unfortunately, I know that here in Pocatello itself, agriculture is not even in the top 10 of what we earn for taxes, but in the areas that I grew up in, it was 100% of what we earned. Everything else was just to keep the city running so that our farmers could grow crops. And I would also just like to touch on, I read the article that was put out
announcing that this was going to be happening, and I read through that long section where they talked very much about the benefits of our climate and how that could save them a lot of money and a lot of time on cooling the plant. And I laughed because I remembered a pretty significant phone call I had with my brother this year where I talked about my outdoor delivery job and how I was just wearing a sweatshirt, and he talked about how he had to go and help out on the farm, and he did it in a pair of light gloves and a flannel. Like I said, this winter especially, and lots of winters before that, have been very much disproving of the cold climate that they claim would be so much beneficial to this area. So as someone who, my community is agriculture, I say that there is no way we can support this with the current legislation they have in place and the numbers they've given us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Carr from Pocatello, Idaho, and I just want to bring up something that I'm a caretaker, and I think a lot of people don't realize is you get this plant, they're going to raise your bill. It's just a fact. They've done it everywhere. Your bill gets doubled. You've just created a segment of our society that now can't pay their power bill. 6 months, my friend will be on the street. You've just created a homeless problem. A lot of us, like myself, I work 56 hours a week, sometimes up to 80 because I fill in other places. I don't have extra money. I don't. But I'm able to help those who need, and I help an elderly lady who sometimes doesn't have toilet paper. So do you think she's gonna have an extra $200? No, she's gonna be on the street. And it's illegal to be homeless. Let's not forget that. And we've already passed judgment on the disabled people by saying, hey, don't go get a pop. Because God forbid your life is hell, but you can't have a pop. Now we're telling them, guess what? Our rent is so high that now your power bill is going to really put you on the streets. And I want you to know, my client fears that. And I visit with disabled people, elderly people. They are on budgets. We don't have time for this. This is an opportunity for a moment, not a lifetime. This is an opportunity to give some people a paycheck, but not a permanent one. And I want to tell you guys this. Nobody knows this, but I live with it. I have lupus, and I have a couple other autoimmune diseases. I've had cancer twice. I've had a bone marrow transplant. My daughter has almost died from lupus. My sister. They say it's not genetic. We've only lived here. So you think of the chemicals, the pollution, and you think of the different temperatures, the water pollution. Who's going to want to come here once that data center's here? I don't know about you, but when I'm renting a home, first thing I check is water pressure. I don't want your home if you don't have water pressure. If you're polluted, why would any business want to stay here? Do you think Walmart's going to be okay with not having water pressure? Do you think Target's going to be okay with not having water pressure or having it infect what they do? Because that water's going to spray all over their vegetables. I think what we're doing is thinking for a moment, not a lifetime. You have to think the long game. I guarantee all of you this. If we don't do this, in the next 10 years, I guarantee everyone will want to be here because we don't have a data center. We are not polluted. We care about our people. And that's the most important thing we got to remember is I think in the world right now, people have forgotten about the voiceless. And it's time we all start taking care of the less fortunate. And thank you.
Thank you.
God bless.
God bless.
Oh.
Thank you for your patience.
Madam Lewis, hearing examiner. I love these people. They kept moving my chair where one of your staff here for the city said, you know, why don't you go sit down and we'll keep you in line. God bless all of them. But
if you could state your name first, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
My name is Stephen Adams, and my wife and I, Angela, live here in Pocatello. I recently was diagnosed with a heart condition, and my wife said, "You know, we're already late for taking your night medication." And I said, "That's okay. I got two EMS guys right here, so just in case." But the important thing here is one of the things we have set as a goal for the new city of Pocatello, with the new leaders that we have, is to honor the Shoshone-Bannock tribe and try to reincorporate them into our city. And even our namesake, Chief Pocatello, bless his heart. He was at the signing and signed the 1868 treaty, the Fort Bridger Treaty, that gave implications of water rights. That was reinstated in a firmer way in 1960. They were granted in 1960 581,031 acre feet as guaranteed to protect their water rights. Now, we're told that the water is not going to be an issue. Well, it takes water if you're not using natural gas. It takes water. Oh, I'm going too fast. Anyway, this is the March 30th, 2026. We are running very short on water. We don't have, and the other thing is, we have an incomplete application from the applicant where they didn't give half the answers they were supposed to. And it should be thrown out based on the fact of incompleteness. And thank you for everyone from Pocatello in the area who were here tonight. God bless you all.
Mr. Adams, thank you for sticking with us.
Thank you. Can I submit this?
Yes.
Just,
yes, thank you.
thank you so much. Appreciate you all.
Thank you.
Hello, I am Riley Sayer, lifetime Pocatello resident. It's definitely been a surprising, it's been a very nice surprise to see that everyone turned out for this. As I stood in line, of course, yeah, you know, I thought I'd have something to say, but as everything else just kind of evaporated and walked away with the podium. All of my points have been stated far more eloquently than I could ever put them. But I would like to just point out one thing in this case. What AI company has produced a profit in a quarter? I mean, we're talking about none of them have produced any. We've seen revenue go up across the board. It's skyrocketed, but there have been no net profits to speak of. And we're to believe that the applicant representing a company that has not shown any previous qualifications to be in this field is going to build a $2+ billion data center without even a notion of what the final product may be. Where is the money coming from? We're seeing funds injected in the blind hope that something may come of it. And I fear that that's an extremely dangerous lead to follow. Should they go out of business, should everything default, we're left with a useless building just like Hoku. And if they do by some miracle succeed, if we turn a profit, if they stay around for years, the energy usage, I mean, by 2030, it said 125 megawatts. All right, they'll build up little turbines. But what happens when we start to outstrip that, when the energy needs increase? I mean, talking, you know, another 6 years from now, when we're talking 16 times the energy usage, 1.6 gigawatts, that is more than any steel mill in this country That is a very large nuclear reactor just being wasted on an ethereal concept that has no real export value. I'd say this land is better off unused than put onto this project and improved. I yield my time.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Amanda Lyle. I've lived in Pocatello since I was 6. This is my home. This is where my family has settled. My dad retired from the Navy here. This is home. I recently lost my job at LA Semiconductor when it closed down, as did my partner. He worked there for 17 years. I'm telling you this because long-term employment should be the priority of this city, not short-term projects without any proven long-term benefits for the local population. I understand that building the center will bring construction jobs, but those jobs disappear once the project is complete. The short-term effects can be helpful right now, but the long-term effects of this data center drastically outweigh the short-term ones. Recently, a New Jersey data center got an expansion and got a $77 million tax break. With this expansion, only one permanent job was actually created. One. This JP Morgan site currently employs just 25 workers. Then there's the health risks. I could talk about that forever, but a lot of people have covered that. But I will give you this example. The residents of Mansfield, Georgia, they have to live with sediment in their water, like a lot of it. The sediment has polluted their water from a meta data center, and it causes the pipes to clog, so much so that people have to fill their toilets with buckets of water just to flush them. Our power usage as a whole will more than double. We don't have the infrastructure and the power grid to actually power the center here. I read in the East Idaho News article that the number that the company gave you, the city council, was a 100 megawatt facility. Even though in the presentation that Lex Development has put out, they state what a 200 megawatt AI data center means for Pocatello. This means that power wouldn't just double, it would more than triple. This also means that the company is already lying to us. I urge the members of this committee to listen to the citizens and do not move forward with the permit for this data center.
Thank you.
Hello. Is this the line to pay your water bill?
Yeah. Come on in.
My name is Jennifer Hartog. I've lived in Pocatello for about 15 years. I lived in Utah previously, sorry. And then I lived in Massachusetts for a while. And Pocatello, I've lived here the longest because it is a great community. Sorry. It was so awesome to see everybody turn out for this. So my concern is there's been no environmental impact studies about what this AI center could produce. I did a little Googling, like, the average citizen that I am, and I found a study that says that AI data centers can make a heat bubble that raises the ambient temperature of the ground around that by 3.6 degrees. We know what heat and rising heat does to our oceans. We know what that does to what is that going to do to my utility bill? If it's hotter, I live in Old Town, and I want you guys to remember that Sacagawea Park is a great park. And here's what our little Google blurb says about it. Okay, so I don't have that. It's 2.1 miles from Hoku. And it's a 22.6 acre city park along the Portneuf River, offering a paved walking jogging path, a disc golf course, and a born learning trail. It's a popular spot for outdoor recreation like hiking, walking, and bird watching, with amenities including portable restrooms and on-street parking. The park is known for its scenic views, wildlife, and family-friendly atmosphere, though it can experience flooding from snowmelt, which We all know that. So is so that being said, I don't think that the applicant has addressed any of the environmental concerns that we're all concerned about: the water, the heat, the electricity. And so I know that there's a part in there on 17.02.130D6 would not adversely affect the environment to a greater degree than had a use permitted outright by the ordinance been established. So that is what my concern is. It does not, I know that Simplot creates waste. I know that Hoku would probably create waste, but we don't know what a data center, how that is going to affect our environment. And that is why, until there's way more studies done, this should be denied. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Daxton Matthews. I'm obviously against the construction of this center. I really believe that there's a clear difference between the two sides here. You know, the people who are trying to get this constructed and everyone, you know, here and that has been here who don't want it to be constructed. If you look at my side, for example, we've shown a lot of evidence, you could say, about some of the effects that this center will have on our environment, on our taxes, and so many other things. While if you look at like the gentleman from earlier who came from the company, he was very vague about some things, and it's very unclear about how things will work, like how the longevity of this will work. There's no clear way to know how this will end up for the people of Pocatello or the people who are going to try and get a job here or are trying to construct this center. I really do believe that if we don't construct this center, everyone in Pocatello will be better off. Because sure, having these new jobs may bring some economic beneficials to us, but we have no clue how that will even out with the other factors it will bring in with environment and air, water, all the things. I do think that I'm a younger person, kind of obviously, and it will affect many of the younger people with this being around. It will, just in many different ways, as I've already mentioned. But especially the price of this construction is worrying. $2 billion isn't just something you throw around like a baseball. I can almost guarantee you that if you combined all the money of everyone in this room right now, you would have nowhere near even $1 billion. $1 billion is a lot of money, I'm sure you all know. But it is really not something that should be just overlooked. And I do appreciate everyone here who has come to speak their opinions. This is very great. But yeah, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Peace and love.
I just need to note, my name is Jessica Hendricks. I just need to note that I don't speak beautifully like these debate kids, and I get shaky, and my voice is shaky, and I literally have the nervous sweats. So don't look at me. Don't look at me. Close your eyes. Okay, so I wanted to touch base on the fact that I was not impressed with the application because in section D5 and D6, they literally copy and pasted their answer for their response. So I wasn't impressed by that. I just wanted to note that part. I technically live in Chubbuck. I have 4 kids at my home. And with this being within a 2 to 2.5 mile radius of my home, I feel like it's important for me as a mother to come and represent my children. We've already been educated on the health effects of all of this. We could talk about the noise pollution, the light pollution, the air pollution that causes respiratory issues. The biggest Thing with that is that data centers, especially those in rural areas, can rely on diesel generators as backups. I don't know if this one does. There's not a lot of information on that. These generators can release 200 to 600 times more nitrogen oxides than natural gas plants. And that is where the respiratory issues come into place. I just wanted to give you a map idea of where this will affect and who it will affect within that 2 to 2.5 mile radius. Chubbuck Elementary, Alpine, Connor, Gem Prep, Hawthorne, Lookout Point, Cotent Park, Brooklands Playground, Lewis and Clark, Alameda, Wilcox Elementary, and as this woman before me, Sacagawea Park, I just found out. So I would hope that you think of the children when making this decision and the possible health effects it will have on them and future generations to come. And I personally hope that you deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Jonathan Vanderhorn, and during the summer of 25, I participated within iCruise SARE, which stands for Idaho Community Engaged I forget what the R stands for. It's for Energy Water Systems, and then SARE stands for Summer Authentic Research Engagement, where during that time and continuing into this summer, I collected data for AI data centers and the Shoshone-Bannock tribes and how they were connected and how they were affected. Within there, I found that the Shoshone-Bannock tribes, the Nuwini, have promised land in the Snake River and have a certain amount of water that they are promised to, and that the development of this AI data center is within the watershed of the Snake River, and that any and all pollution that is created from this AI data center will bleed into their water. And along the lines of the Snake River, it is also connected to the Columbia River, which is in the Dells, Oregon.
Would you just repeat what you just said, please? About going back to, you collected data for the Bannock Shoshone tribes in the water area, please?
So during my time in SARE, one of the research we did was for AI data centers, and including within that was the Shoshone-Bannock, the Nuwini, and within that data collection, we found that the Nuwini are promised a specific amount of land in the Snake River Basin and a specific amount of water, and that anything generated by the AI data center that bleeds into their promised water will cause issues for those people because they need that water and land to live. That is part of how they survive out there.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Continue.
So in the Dales, Oregon, they already have issues of data centers consuming about 1/4 of their water, and they are also a community that deals with droughts. And that while being here, I learned that that is something that Idaho is also dealing with. And so I would not want to take the development of anything in our area that would eventually bleed off and disrupt the lives of others. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. I appreciate the information.
Man, that was a long wait.
Thank you for waiting.
I know. My name's Casper Apney. I live out here on the Fort Hall Reservation all my life and born and raised there. But I did spend half of my year out here at Simplot's, just so you know. So I kind of know a little bit about the environment here. But when we was little kids, we were taught to respect the water, land, and the air. But that's what he was talking about. So, and that gentleman before you too, that older gentleman was talking about the water rights we have. But I just want to let everybody know that, the Portneuf River down here starts on the reservation and it ends up back on the reservation. So I have a deep concern about what they're talking about. Everybody already covered it, about the environment and the waste and stuff that generated from different things. I know Simplot has 2 little ponds over there that they take care of before they dump it into the water. It's neutralized and stuff, but it's supposed to be a pH of 7. But sometimes they don't do that because it overruns it on the water. That comes from the waste of the plant. So it's all gathered there on that one side of the road. But anyway, I'd just like to say that, you as city people should reach out to the tribe and get their opinion, see what they have to say about this. Because I think they got a better say than everybody because of the water here, the river that comes through here. Because I think it's going to affect it at some point. Because nothing's guaranteed. You can't say it's going to hold the water back forever. It's going to leak down in there sometime or into the ground. But I know they generate some kind of waste already just from listening to everybody talk, the stuff they say. But that was my concern. That's what everybody already covered everything that I was going to talk about. So that was just one thing I wanted to point out, though. It's my concern, but I think the tribe has a bigger concern. So, they told me to come because nobody else wanted to come, so I had to come. So, but I had to wait a long time, but that's okay.
But thank you for waiting, and I
Okay.
appreciate your comments.
All right, thank you.
Okay, I'm Judy Bronco. I'm a retired nuclear security officer. And I just wanted to say that that data center is equal to a nuclear reactor. And if you want to install a nuclear reactor out there, then go ahead and do it, because it's going to affect your people for 7 generations and longer, because the half-life of a nuclear reactor, any radiation, any type of radiation, is 10,000 years. And who's going to be here to regulate it in 10,000 years? Nobody. But the 1868 treaty, under the Constitution, under Article 5, is a supreme law of the land, and the tribes need to be consulted on it. Not only that, by congressional law, under the Winters Doctrine Act, they are also given 1.5 feet of water per acre. And the original reservation was 3.2 million acres. It covered Wyoming, Idaho, and Utah. But since then, land has been ceded. And the history of Pocatello, Idaho, was it was like railroad camp town, and there is an agreement that states Pocatello is only supposed to be 40 acres big. And so it was originally just like a brothel and a bar place to go have a good time and retire for a minute and go back to work. So I just want you to know that I just state the facts. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Good evening, Madam Examiner. My name is Carson Craner, a resident of Pocatello and ISU student studying education. I ask that you grant me a bit of leeway to provide context for why the proposed use violates Pocatello Municipal Code 17-02-130-D. First, a few notes on its statutory legality. I believe that the Assistant City Planner stated at the beginning of this hearing, 1, data centers are not listed as classified use under Title 17, and 2, it also does not meet the definition of heavy industry defined in statute as read by the Assistant City Planner. We the people ask the definition of heavy industry defined in statute be strictly held against such a data center in our community, not only upon legal grounds, but upon moral grounds as well. This is a rare legal opportunity due to the novelty of the project to allow the will of the people to prevail. You have heard, and will hear more, concerns from the assembled citizens about this data center. Water usage during a drought, increased utility prices, power usage, grid instability, wastewater discharge, and treatment by a taxpayer-funded facility, environmental impact, and more. I'm here to tell you that, even if Lex Developments, an out-of-nowhere startup, can somehow guarantee the protection of all these public utilities, there are still dangers that such a facility will expose our community to. One is economic damage. No one has yet discussed the risk of such a project in our community based on current national trends. The AI bubble represents a scarily similar path to the dot-com bubble of the 2000s. Economists from Yale, Federal Chair Jerome Powell, other experts, and even Sam Altman, CEO of AI giant OpenAI, agree that a pattern of circular and speculative investment is occurring that may result in severe economic downturn once the bubble pops, just like the dot-com bubble. This data center is part of that economic speculation and poses an immense economic danger to our community. The Hoku plant that was bankrupted before its completion and was difficult to foresee, but a repeat of this disaster is not only expected based on the national trend, but likely. Second, AI crimes. A lack of regulation by both the federal government and the state of Idaho has left our community vulnerable to criminal AI use, such as those which have already happened around the country, including abuse, production of CSAM, and the motivation of mass tragedies such as the Florida State shooting. There are not enough safeguards. I'm not suggesting that this data center will specifically lead to crimes in our community. That's sadly happening already due to a lack of effective regulation. However, allowing servers that may process criminal use or implicated criminal use into our community makes us enablers of such crimes. We recognize that local officials have little power to influence state and national policy. What you can do is strictly prohibit the construction and operation of a data center in every means possible by denying the CUP application on the basis that it poses a severe risk of harming the public health, safety, welfare, and at very least, the effective regulations are instituted to protect our community and others across the country. I sincerely hope that the gentleman representing the data center will be so moved by this community that he will follow his own moral compass and withdraw the application on his own. If there's any doubt left in your mind as to what the community knows is right for us, please refer to the many upstanding citizens who stand with me today. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Kai Clark, and I guess I have to go after Carson. I agree with everything he said. That was very well said. I'd just like to emphasize all previous statements about how we can't support it, how we don't have the adequate resources to, and I do think it'll be a detriment to our environment. And I am worried about the long-term impacts, not just the immediate surrounding areas where you've sent out notices, although I do live very close to that. I'm like a block off if you look at the map. I live by a school, I live by a park, I live by a church. I'm worried for them. I'm also worried about what long-term environmental impacts could be. My dad worked with Parks and Rec for a long time. My mom and dad designed a lot of the disc golf courses here in Pocatello. I have been up to my elbows in mud doing motorbike trails, and I've built bridges for Mink Creek, and I have thoroughly used every wonderful part of our city and all of its amazing environment. Like, we have some of the best zoning here. I really do think a lot of our land is used for building community and giving people things to do. And I just worry what impacts the data center will have on that. So I'd just like you to please consider that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ember Marsh, and I'm a resident in Pocatello and also a ISU student. I came here to talk today about my opposition to the AI data center. If you weren't already aware, the UN has declared the world has moved beyond a water crisis and into a state of global water bankruptcy. Years have gone by while our elected officials have sat back. It took us decades to get to this point of not only a crisis, but bankruptcy. Because of their lack of regulating mass production in almost every industry and AI data centers sucking up all our water. More and more of this water has become undrinkable. Pollution corrupts our waterways, carrying microplastics and garbage. Our lakes, our ponds, our streams shrivel from the lack of biodiversity of life. Or on the other hand, are overran and muddied by offstream chemicals. My goal with this isn't to fearmonger, but to tell you what we already know. We can't live in a world that won't be here. The UN states, nations must collectively commit to cutting 42% off annual greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. Yet they are not going to meet these goals and pledges. Our own city isn't going to meet these own goals and pledges. We know the effects of climate change. We've known the effects for decades. But short-term profit is more valuable than life to these companies, the ruling class. The United States' rapid expansion has been applauded by those who benefit. That at the end of the day gets to lay in bed and not worry about being a paycheck away, one medical emergency away from losing their house. They don't have to worry about where their next meal is coming from or the price of gas. They don't have to worry about drinking the water that has been poisoned by their own greed. The AI data center that is being planned on being built in town will contribute to this ongoing bankruptcy. The language in the plan used is vague, as explained, and has no explanation to how this is going to be different from any of the other AI data centers. So many people have come here today asking questions, how is this AI data center actually going to work? But we have the information. We have the information of all the other ones. They're terrible, in short, but if it is built, it will not only use mass amounts of water, but filling the surrounding areas with sound pollution and contribute nothing to enrich our community. You should instead follow our city's mission statement.
Quote, Pocatello is a vibrant community, promoting a high quality of life through innovation, growth, respect, and inclusiveness, and pride in who we are. Instead of filling barren lands with something that will harm us for generations, build parks so people can enjoy shade from the sun and relax, build sidewalks so your citizens can safely walk and enjoy their town, build museums that will enrich our minds, build habitats with native plants to give back to endangered species. There is so much possibility, so many things that can be done to contribute to citizens' well-being and health. In all regards, this is a terrible idea. And with majority of us being in disapproval of this, you should be as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Owen Larson. I'm a 16-year-old junior at Pocatello High School. Because of the limits on topics already spoken about, I can't give my originally prepared speech, so I've written this back up while waiting. I would like to reiterate previously stated concerns about the effects of this data center on the power grid, as well as the concerns about the emissions that come from the proposed gas turbine solution. According to the Environmental Defense Fund, quote, turbines emit harmful nitrogen oxides, greenhouse gases, and hazardous air pollutants. These pollutants include well-known carcinogens such as formaldehyde. I love our surrounding nature, and I love hiking and exploring our local trails. And with what I know about these turbines, it seems that they will have a terrifying effect on not just the surrounding nature and wildlife, but also the residents of Pocatello and Chubbuck. Aside from temporary construction jobs and a small amount of on-site personnel, I can't see any clear benefit for our town or people, only for those wealthy company owners. With these huge and devastating downsides, it just doesn't make any sense to me and so many others here to go through with this. The environmental impacts, as well as the lack of benefits for Pocatello residents, seem too intrusive to ignore, especially with such a high cost. And so I'm here to plead with you, do not allow the construction of this data center. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jackson Taylor, and I'm also a junior at Pocatello High School. I'm 17 years old, and like Owen said, many people have already said the things that I'm planning on saying, so I've also rewritten a bunch of things. So bear with me while I read my own handwriting. But there are so many people, even beyond those who have been here today, that would be negatively affected by this data center. We here have a large outdoor culture that is very involved with our land that we have. And we have countless runners, walkers, bikers, and hikers who would all be impacted by the nitrous oxides that the gas turbines would produce. As an example, Aberzuski's Trail is a common place for these people to go. And since it is just 2 minutes away from where the data center would be, it would be entirely ruined for us citizens, as well as the wildlife that resides there. This is an extremely unfair trade, especially when it's being made with a company whose facts and goals are inconsistent and unbeneficial to us as a community. We should be concerned about doing good for our community, and this data center does not do that. Proponents say that it would bring in billions in profit for shareholders, but our community is not a shareholder. We should also consider other possibilities, and former Mayor Brian Bladd says that we should tear down the Hoku plant or turn it into something useful. And I believe that this data center is not useful to us at all. Instead, people have suggested that we can turn it into something like an indoor sports facility, and we could also do something like turn it into a veterans home, a library, a museum, or so much more. I sincerely ask you that when you are deciding whether or not to move forward with this proposal, you keep in mind us, common citizens, who would be impacted so much. This is why I am entirely opposed to this proposal that is irresponsible, unethical, and harmful. I want to make sure that since I'm young, Pocatello continues to be a beautiful and safe place for everyone in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna try to be quick. Okay, my name is Kaylee Brown. I've just got a few things. So an Earth observation group at the University of Cambridge, they did a study that found that AI data centers can heat up the surrounding area, not just 3 degrees, but up to 16 degrees, which is a lot. The animals that live so close to this land will absolutely be affected. Infrasound, which was mentioned before, it can cause nausea, vomiting, insomnia, long-term health risks of all kinds. But it can be felt from hundreds of miles away. It disrupts animals' nervous system. It makes them scared and confused. It makes us scared and confused as well.
Every resident of Pocatello, including all of the animals, will feel the effects of this, not just those in 2 to 3 miles. And someone else mentioned, yes, data centers do have to go somewhere, but they shouldn't go 5 minutes from people's homes. There has got to be a much better way for corporations to do this. It shouldn't be our burden. We didn't ask for AI to be brought into every aspect of our lives. If AI consistently needs this much energy that we need to keep making more of these, we probably shouldn't be relying on it so much, and we should be taking steps to get away from it. The only people that significantly benefit long-term from the use of AI are the corporations who create the models. I have one more statistic. According to an MIT report, 95% of companies that are implementing AI are losing money. This is not going to be a long-term job generator. A lot of these companies are predicted to lose billions, and that's genuinely, like I said, the only people that are significantly benefiting from this long-term are the people who made the AI models. So, okay, that's all.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Idaho Law. I have a question of you first, just to clarify things. So what is the title? You're the hearing examiner, but you're employed by?
I'm not. I'm employed by the city.
By the city.
But I'm not an actual city employee.
Okay. I got another one. Have you been, or are you, a realtor?
No, and now, if you'd like to make a statement, you may.
Yes, I
but
will.
no more,
I just
no
wanted to
more
clarify
questions.
these issues, okay? Because that's pertinent if, because I was told something else, but not about you, so I'm asking that, straighten it out. So anyways, I am concerned about that whole area, have been, for other animals and things we've studied down there, and people and groups I work with. But starting from People's Park, if you know where that's, where the Pocatello Creek comes into there, we had a contamination just a few years ago, a big contamination with the same kind of chemicals they're talking about here. And they had the EPA there. I met with them, and they did everything they could to try to stop it getting into Portneuf, which was, of course, almost impossible, but they did a great job trying to stop it. And it came from quite a ways away to get there even. And then, of course, before that, we had another contamination incident over there with the groundwater, was contaminated there was no drinking orders and all that. And that happened near where the plant is now. I don't know exactly, it's been years ago, but that was another issue over there. Also, that whole area there is one of the most radioactive communities because that's still all their powdered uranium over there, and no one's ever helped them, not the city, nobody. And so those are kinds of things I'm concerned about because obviously we've got 1 million tons of groundwater over our aquifer, we're already polluting that. So the issue is, what can we do to trust government? In the past, nothing. We're glad we have a new mayor here, but he doesn't have any science background. But I'm not sure about everybody else or yourself. And so, but basically, I am a scientist, okay? So, and many fields. So basically, either we can not be scammed again, like we were in the original Hoku, and trying to salvage from that. And I know we're not in the greatest situation because we're still the most radioactive city in the world. But basically, if we can't deal with issues here locally, and we haven't had a great record, especially under the last mayor, then basically I say, Skynet, eliminate the planet pest. Robots rule. Because that's your only other choice, right?
Your mic
Sort
is-
of.
your
Thank
mic
you.
is off.
I'm having fun.
Thank you.
All right. My name is Abrielle Gray, and I am an artist and a small business owner and a recent ISU graduate. And I was born and raised in Pocatello. And I'd like to say that I couldn't imagine living anywhere else. But if we had a data center, I don't think that I could say that. I, as an artist, came into here very staunchly against the idea of a data center being put in Pocatello at all. However, after hearing a lot of the local people in Pocatello's ideas who were for the idea of a data center, they had some really incredible ideas for how that this could benefit Pocatello and how to do things like they had mentioned potentially offsetting the heating pollution by reclaiming the heat to warm houses in the winter, and the ways in which a data center addition could be made with good regulations to benefit the community. I was really inspired by seeing the creative engineering solutions suggested by these people, and I was really impressed by the local experts in our area. This, however, currently is not a proposition by these local engineers with creative solutions to benefit the community. It is an AI data center with very few specifics from Arizonan investors. And I just want to point out that aside from it being a data center, which has a lot of ecological impacts, AI is just not a great way to bring in long-term jobs. It's AI. Its whole goal is automation, meaning fewer jobs long-term. And so I guess besides that, I just want to emphasize the points of environmental detriment, water consumption, tax increases, noise, and concerns to local health that other people have brought up, as well as sort of like bring up again the fact that we just don't have the legal infrastructure for this, let alone like there are solutions for like the electrical infrastructure, but we really just don't have the legal infrastructure to protect the people of Pocatello and like the people in this community from potentially being like detrimented by having a giant data center here in Pocatello, because creating laws like that for the environmental and people protections take years. And that's like a decade project to prep for. Like, I don't know, I just don't think that we could start without that background. Yeah, other than that, I think that if someone from this community had a vested interest in Pocatello and they proposed something like this, doing like a data center or even just something with that old like valuable industrial building, I think I'd be totally on board and I think I could totally support that, but I just can't support this current proposal with these circumstances, as it doesn't seem like these people are invested in the well-being of Pocatello and willing to make creative solutions to outsource the bad and the detriments of having an industrial factory in Pocatello. I really love Pocatello, and I'd really love to see Pocatello be uplifted by people from Idaho, people from this community. Anyways, thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry. Hi, my name is Nan Konstantinov. I am a native Idahoan for 36 years. That's my whole life. I've been in Pocatello about half of that, Pocatello and Chubbuck. My big concerns, everybody's covered. You've heard all of it already. The things that kind of really weren't touched on, I came here because of my dogs. I was actually leaving to go walk my dogs at Abruzewski Trail when I remembered that this was happening. And so, unfortunately, they're at home and probably very bored. But my big concerns that haven't really been touched on is the trail itself. I don't want to lose the trail, and while maybe that wouldn't technically happen, it's so close that I don't foresee how 7 buildings going into that spot won't damage that trail and the river access and the animals and everything that are already there. It's kind of selfish, but I want my dogs to be able to go use that every day like I have been. I'd love to see, I know like the facility that stands there, it's blank and empty. Yes, I'd love to see it put to some other use. I really think what we could do is something like shelter for unhoused people, affordable housing. It might be kind of weird to restructure that into apartments, but other big cities do things like that. I'm sure we could come up with something. Anything that helps the people in the land here, not some big company and storing information. If the concern is really the ugliness of the building, we could tear it down and rebuild something else. I really like what we've done with the Convergys building. We could turn it into another warming shelter. There's so many things that we could do with that already being there that wouldn't cause so much impact. I really agree with a past statement that a few people have made that we should be responsible for our data, and so maybe we need to take on that responsibility of a data center. I don't agree with that. I think our responsibility needs to be in controlling the usage that we have so that we don't need to continue to build these centers. I don't think there should be a reason for more of these to be built whatsoever. We can set an example for the rest of the world by saying no to this, showing people that we don't let people come in and take our land, we don't let people cause this pollution, we don't let people hurt our people. I'm also really concerned of the tribal land that's been brought up a couple of times, hearing that it begins and ends, and that it sounds like tribal hasn't really even been asked or talked to about it, is a really big concern. There's also a couple spots, at least 2, that almost look like grave sites along that trail. And so I'm worried about like the families, the people who have memorials and stuff on there, if their families have been considered and those items have been considered, what happens if those get damaged or lost? Or, I mean, it feels really disrespectful to put something like this so close to a lot of legacy and a lot of love. The last is the jobs. Well, yes, this may bring some jobs. I see people lose jobs all the time. I work in finance, and people who can't pay their bills now are going to struggle even harder. It's not affordable. We can't do this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Vicki Taysom. Thank you for being here. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice and health, happiness, peace, prosperity, balance, eternal life and family for all creation. There's something called Viking war ethics. I'm of you from Manasseh descent. You don't do anything to put a chink in the armor. You don't do anything that compromises the safety, security, health, happiness, peace, balance, freedom, independence, eternal life and family for all creation. Whenever you have to make a decision, first, does it square with our Father, Mother in heaven and Savior? Does it bless, strengthen, protect, and unite the family as the foundation of society and our posterity for generations, forever? Does it bless and protect our Constitution rights under it? And 4, does it bless and protect our earth as our provider? If it violates any of that, we don't do that. This violates all of it. It violates our rights as a people. It violates our health. I attended the original Hoku China hearings. I stood up against that for a year and a half, spent a lot of money and time. I had gunshots fired by my house. I had threats. I lost work. There was a gentleman who worked in that field of employment. He said the emissions from Hoku would kill off everyone else that FMC, Simplot, non-semiconductor, and INL aren't. My education's in health. I do landscape work all over this town. My legs break out around the dirt around the 5th Street Bakery because of the pollutants that are there. I lose my voice when I work around certain dirts around this town because of the slag, the emissions every time the wind blows. One time I witnessed the emissions from Simplot come out as the steam, but eventually the water evaporated and left the pollutant. With the wind current, it went directly north. As a matter of fact, Siphon Hawthorne, Fort Hall, Tendo Elementary, and Snake River High School have high instances of cancer, including among the children, besides surrounded by big ag farms. I have seen and know people who've gotten Parkinson's, serious diseases from the pollutants. We have huge chemtrails here, and I've seen the losses to plant life, to our honeybees, butterflies, and other wildlife that comes through because of that. It literally affects their homing mechanisms, that and the cell tower emissions, things like that. I am opposed because it is totally one of those things of in consideration. There is a God, there is an Antichrist, and this is of the Antichrist. And we are to protect and preserve for all eternity, and especially the innocent and defenseless who can't defend themselves, children, special needs elders, and environment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Cami Martin. I'm a mom here, but I have a master's degree in conservation biology and wildlands management. And I just wanted to kind of start with recommending the denial of the conditional use permit. I worked 5 years at the INL, and I can testify that it takes a lot longer to clean something up than it does to wreck it. But I wanted to go back to the plan of tonight and kind of talk about step 3 that we have, whether or not, I guess I don't have it with me, but what we need to do in order to mitigate this in future use. I'm sorry, it's been like 20 years since I've really talked out loud. I'm trying to impress my daughter and I'm doing a really bad job. But what I wanted to say is, I think we really need to do another environmental protection impact statement. Pocatello's climate's changed just after the last several years. I grew up in Idaho Falls, and we've never had a winter like this, or just even the elk population coming down out of the mountains. And also the original area around Hoku, that area has changed. It's become one of the best places to come and ride mountain bikes. The reason my family came to move to Pocatello was because we were told it was considered the mecca of mountain biking in Idaho. And so we were really excited to come here and visit those trails. When I looked at what we were supposed to accomplish tonight, I saw that it stated what our approval standard should be, what the intent and purpose of the applicable zoning district needs to be. So I would suggest that the site improvements needed at that Hoku spot where it would be that the City Creek trails would be rerouted, access to the Portneuf River would be cut off, wastewater runoff, that area is what did they say? The city's primary wastewater interceptor line runs alongside or through the property. And so that would have to be rerouted or recommissioned so that it could be able to handle that size of wastewater or the recycling thereof. Also, I noticed that there was not a definition of the site of what the zoning, applicable zoning would be for that site. And so then I looked up the Bannock County vision statement, and in 2025, Bannock County came out with a plan that stated, so it's vision, it said elected officials, staffing.
I'm sorry. Your time is up. I apologize.
Oh, man.
I know.
Okay. Well,
But thank you for taking the time.
right, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I am Leona Thompson, a resident of our beautiful city and state. While I emphasize and agree with the concerns about the ambiguous water and electricity usage, the chemical, noise, and heat pollution, the cybersecurity, ecological, and criminal enablement dangers, the unclear economic benefits, and the threat posed to us as an increased strategic presence, my reason for testifying against the proposed land use for an AI data center is different. In 2024, my partner, Aoife Dova Velspira, passed away. In honor of her legacy and memory, a wonderful log bench stands on the riverbank of the Portneuf River, accessible through walking on the Abruzzi Trail. The Hoku site is directly adjacent to this section of parkland in our Pocatello. Many other dedications to citizens who made a difference to many others are present on that trail as well. All of those legacies should not be tarnished by the approval of this data center conditional use permit. If the land use for an AI data center went forward, the dangerous and harmful effects of the AI data center that others have discussed prior would pose a highly deleterious threat towards the memory of those we honor and the enjoyment of the nature and the Portneuf Greenway that we as Idahoans and Pocatello residents so cherish. Our city should not permit an AI data center to take away the largely undiluted joy of being in nature along the Abruzzi Trail and the Portneuf Greenway by being constructed and operated at the Hoku site. The conditional use permit should be denied. I have an additional use possibility for the Hoku site if I have permission to propose it within my time remaining. The city of Pocatello could expand the Portneuf Greenway by recycling and demolishing the Hoku polysilicon plant and enriching our citizens' lives with a beautiful native ecology park. Native trees that would prosper in that area could be planted along the boundaries of the park to diminish noise pollution from nearby industrial sites. As an economic expansion for our city and its tax revenue, in the middle of the park, a multiple-use commercial and residential zone built for human-scale shops, urban recreation, and additional missing middle housing could be planned. Smaller streets for the disabled and shop deliveries could be made to protect accessibility while maintaining a pleasant experience for pedestrians and park goers. Looking at data from, if I recall correctly, the Strong Towns 501c3 organization, the tax revenue from a walkable human-scale commercial zone has drastically increased tax revenue as compared to the massive land usage of high-capacity parking lots and large stores. From the first half of my comment, those are the reasons why I believe we should deny the conditional use permit for the AI data center. From the second half, those are the reasons I believe a natural park around a human-scale, car-limited, multi-use commercial and commercial and dense, affordable residential zone would be more beneficial to the city of Pocatello and its residents economically, socially, and ecologically. Thank you for your time. That is all.
Thank you.
Hi there.
Hello.
Emilio Lujano. I am a member of the community. A number of years ago, we invited a company called Hoku to Pocatello. They're a company that promised hundreds of jobs, substantial economic benefits for our community. The city reported Hoku would take us into the next generation of energy development. That was the mayor at the time that said that. But Hoku was operating on a market trend. They were operating on a fad. The plant never opened, and taxpayers footed the bill for their failure. And now, we have a group offering the exact same promises on the exact same soil. They say they'll create jobs. They say they'll enrich our community. They say they'll invigorate our economy, bring in more business, the exact same things that Hoku promised. On the rotting bones of Hoku's failure, they want to build Hoku 2. Literally, on the same soil. Like, it doesn't get more on the nose than that. It is a much more expensive, much more invasive development, and it is banking on a similar but equally volatile trend. We've already seen businesses starting to reject AI because they are losing money. We've seen entire databases wiped and companies bankrupted because of it. The project that is suggested will use roughly as much power as our entire city, drawing on an already strained power grid. It'll use an inordinate amount of water, taking away a vital resource from our agricultural community, where it's already at a premium, while we're in a drought. Data centers are known to be noisy. They have a noise level that can rival our local motorsports events. In particular, my local autocross community has a data cap of 102 decibels. Most data centers have been capped at 100 decibels. I can already hear the Simplot sirens go off every day at my house. I do not need a 100 decibel drone to go with it. But in addition to that, stealing our water, stealing our power, drowning us out with noise, data has shown they can increase temperatures in up to a 6-mile radius of up to 16 degrees Fahrenheit. That is our entire city. That is all the way south past Ross Park. That is east past the temple, north past Tyhee, and past the airport to the west. This proposal is unacceptable. It does not benefit our community. We don't want it here, and we will not allow it to be built. The US already has 3 times the amount of data centers as the rest of the world combined. We do not need another one. I'd like to remind the people of Pocatello that peaceful and non-disruptive dissent is a privilege that we afford to our representatives and the companies that operate here by the community, and we have the power to revoke those privileges should our wishes not be respected. The will of the people will be enforced. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Hayden Dennis. Before I start, I do have a question for you. When you announce you're like yes or no on this, where can I see that at?
My final decision will be available at the city offices in Community and Planning Development by Tuesday at noon.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm Hayden Dennis. I live out in more towards West Pocatello. I am closer to this plant than I am to Old Town. I spend a lot of time in those hills back up there. I go up there and I will sit for hours and I will just observe the ecosystem there. It is beautiful. Everything from the smallest grasshopper to the deer that passes by. It's beautiful. But my biggest concern is that when this data center gets put in there, I fear as though these ecosystems will be ruined and I will lose a beautiful part of my life. In a modern day age, we unfortunately do not always get luxuries like this, and I would be very sad if I lost this luxury. Another thing is that I would like to remind you is that you can stop this. This is step 1 in their plan, and we the people will push back at this the whole time. Can't speak for the rest of us, but I can speak for myself. If I saw you stop this right where it started, I would be a gratitude to you that is unmatched. That lasted longer than I thought it was going to. Thank you, I appreciate it. I yield my time.
Thank you. Do you want to take your sign?
Oh yeah, sorry.
That's okay.
Good evening, Ms. Lewis and community members. My name is Rebecca Shanahan. I am an ISU master's student. I'm 30 years old. I have worked in business and corporate development and strategy for years, and I continue to. Despite my current education focusing on advertising and corporate objectives, the majority of my graduate credits are derived from when I majored in mechanical and nuclear engineering and microbiology. So I speak to you today as both a scientist and business-oriented individual. Having worked on campaigns with major corporations like the NFL and General Electric, one of the most valuable lessons I learned in the corporate setting is that no profiting company guesses going in or just accidentally happens upon major success. Not anymore, and especially not when the pockets are this deep. They are deeply strategic and calculated in every execution. Information will be conveniently withheld, but very seldomly guessed upon, and that is something that me and people in my field are actively trained to combat against. We have also invested hundreds of thousands to millions of dollars on cleaning up the Portneuf River, but now we're considering allowing unnecessary construction and cooling systems that may increase our water temperature and further pollute it. We're about to go through a record-breaking El Nino and are an extremely drought-prone city. This data center is retroactive to both our environmental efforts and already well-spent tax dollars. I'd also like to bring up some numbers if that's all right. The average household uses 300 gallons of water per day. The current 100 to 200 megawatt AI data centers using closed loop systems, so pre-existing centers with more data and experience than the current one trying to come in, who are on a very similar scale and use identical technological systems, use 8,000 to 50,000 gallons of water per day, depending on factors such as temperature outside, humidity, how the heat is rejected, loop leakage, etc. These quoted numbers we were given are quantitatively and qualitatively unfounded. Our limited resources are being threatened and haphazardly exploited by corporations for personal gain. This is a domestic and environmental threat, and I can only hope it will be treated as such for the sake of our future children and grandchildren. Let us set an example for future generations in other cities. Thank you.
I'm not as well spoken as my sister, but hi, my name is Sweet Shanahan. I swear that's my real name. To get my bachelor's degree in nuclear engineering, I had to design a net zero power grid for Pocatello. I had to reach out to city officials and Idaho Power to get our power loads and heat loads, find out what our current infrastructure looks like. And I can tell you, it's hard to get that information. I was unable to get any information about heat loads in Pocatello and how we could use that. So any infrastructure that they would consider using heat dissipation for current infrastructure, it would have to be developed, and that would land on our citizens, not them. As well as construction on the Portneuf River, we're looking at contaminants from construction, contaminants from the plant that goes into the river directly that affects the trail. We don't need major construction near our river that is already majorly polluted. We should be focusing our efforts on cleaning it and conserving our city. I swear I had so many points. I have lived here my whole life, and I would not like to see this here. I use these trails. I walk around the city. I use our public transit. I try to better our community in multiple ways by volunteering. I don't think this is a good way to do it. It's going to, in fact, impact our wildlife, our ecosystem, and our people negatively. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Lynn Hathaway, and I'm a junior in high school. And as I waited for people to get through and speak on their own, I sat here noticing how all of them had prepared something and how I sat there and realized I hadn't. As I stand here today, I thought to myself, how many things could I talk about in just 3 minutes? Come to the conclusion, all of the topics that I would want to cover, 3 minutes is not enough. So the one that I decided to talk about is suffrage. As a 16-year-old, I was kicked out of my house, and I have been on my own, providing for myself since then. I am almost 18 now. I have known suffrage all my life. I've gone through it based off of communities that I choose to be around. And based off of just learning how the economy works, when you are 16, can't even access most of the legal systems that are there for those who need them. In the process of building this, yeah, it'll bring jobs in construction. However, as many have mentioned, where will these jobs be in 10 years? Where? I already struggle to find a job as a 17-year-old with multiple qualifying factors. The economy is already bad. We're already in a drought. Time after time, people have come up and brought up issues upon issues upon issues. We, the people, are here to be heard. Yet my question here is, are we going to be heard? If this is built after everybody here has come up and said something, are we truly heard? And at what point, if we are not heard, is our government truly for the people? Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks for having me. My name is Greg Engelman. I'm just a Pocatello resident. I've been here for 8 years, and my career is oriented around data engineering, software integrations, and consulting. I have advised companies of various sizes on the use of these tools and everything like that, but that has informed my ability to oppose the construction of this data center and the proposal that was put forward on the basis that there's not really a particularly kind way to say this. The draft itself was incompetently made. It was, people have mentioned quite a few things here. The environment, the rate of job loss, the inevitable goal of automation, but there's the additional component where the actual risk of a building like this is not held by somebody who's developing or even owns the data center. The risk is quite intentionally front-loaded onto the people in the city. So this would be a 59-acre, I've heard a lot of people say 100 megawatt, but the presentation actually says 200 megawatt data center. Those don't exist. The average data center is just about double that in size. There's one that's trying to vaguely attempt to become that, that compact in Reno, Nevada. It was originally designed for 65 megawatts and has been delayed, I believe, 5 times now in its attempt to scale by whatever means. There's a component to data centers called white space. It's where you can actually place, server racks and make the revenue from the data center. It's from hosting the compute power. I couldn't help but notice that in all of the little trace drawings that this person did that simply say 100,000 square foot building, that they didn't actually specify how they're going to bridge their power. There's no space to do so. If they're going to be trying to offload some of the energy consumption from our power grid, they've placed no actual means to do so. And the problem with all of those things is this is intentional. I've seen projects like this, people who develop projects like this. It's the purpose is to just consolidate some land, repurpose the value, and distribute it later. They looked at you, Ms. Examiner, and the people here, and they saw a house that they could flip. That is what they see when they look in your eyes. They see a shield from liability, a shield from risk, and a house that they could flip and discard. And I would simply say that if you're going to, after everything that's been said here, if you're going to still choose to let us be for sale, at least make sure it's not done by a person whose check might bounce. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Rebecca Burles. I've lived in this area for 34 years. Currently, I'm a resident of Chubbuck, but also own property in Pocatello, and I live about 2 miles away from the project. I admire you. I've served on Chubbuck's Land Use and Development Commission, and so this is very hard to be by yourself, and you've done a wonderful job with it. As part of being on the land use, I was absolutely shocked when I opened up their application and saw it was only 20 pages, because I've seen smaller developments for CUPs that were over 200 pages. And so their application is just completely lacking. Because of that, I do not believe that they actually comply with the Pocatello Code on CUPs. And this is specifically that it requires to be consistent with the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan of the city. And the lady earlier that talked about the comprehensive plan, she did a great job. I'd further add to that I'd request that you look at the environmentally resilient area, specifically on taking action to preserve our natural resources, including clean water, and then focus on goals 1 and 3, because they have specific information that I think would be grounds for complete denial. The gentleman that was here that worked for the data center builders, I asked him about that, and he about how temperatures raise and how far it goes, and he said it's about 2 miles away. So I would have standing there based off of where I live. But there were just different things, like, has the Department of Water Resources been notified? They should be involved. Their app said that they reference a city that built a joint wastewater treatment system. Will this need that? Who's going to pay for it if it does? They want to use our valuable natural resources without providing a significant number of jobs that are long-term. If this plan is approved, has the city planned to charge the data center for the additional cost of the administration up front without giving tax breaks or creating TIF districts with it? We don't need another Hoku 2.0 on our hands. In fact, when I was looking through their application, Lex Developments LLC isn't even registered with the Idaho Secretary of State to be able to conduct business in Idaho, which is the basic first step that you need to do when you come to our state. I worked for a bankruptcy trustee sorting out Hoku's creditors. And so I saw how many people last time got left holding the bag, and I don't want that to happen again. I'm going to quote somebody out of Box Elder County that said it perfectly. Future revenues cannot be relied upon to justify present unfounded obligations. Without a secured upfront funding commitment, the city cannot support the level of service required for this project to proceed responsibly. I'd encourage you to deny this, and even if you don't, to go through and add, you have the authority to add additional conditions. So many conditions need to be added to this if it does end up being approved. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Scott Barr. Obviously, a ton of people have already spoken significantly, so I'll keep this brief as possible. Obviously, we heard from such people as Sam Altman as one example, but let's talk about a lawyer for Microsoft, Lindy Stone, a principal corporate counsel for Microsoft, stating that nobody wants a data center in their backyard, along with data centers, once they are operational, don't bring a lot of jobs. They do on the construction side, but not really getting a ton of that community benefit from having a data center really, truly in your backyard. The pollution, light pollution is a concern of mine since I like looking at the stars, and this is a great community. It's not too big. I grew up in Lancaster near LA, and so I'm familiar with the glow of city lights. But with the data centers, these lights can be significant to the point that they could blot out some of the brightest stars, and it would be really hard for not only to look at the stars, but also for members nearby struggling to sleep because they can walk through their house without having a nightlight. That's all I can say at this time. Everyone else has covered all the other topics. So thank you.
Thank you. Would you mind removing your hat, please?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
My name is Dustin Woodyard. I'm a commercial HVAC tech. So I do a lot with cooling towers, chillers, closed loop systems.
Okay.
And that kind of seems to be the big hinge point of this. Sorry.
It's okay.
I guess I question the details talked about in the documents. They didn't really elaborate a whole lot on what they're doing. From my understanding of HB HO 895, which is the bill regulating data center water consumption, the documents I read say cooling systems. The cooling system is going to be built with this bill in mind. However, the part in the bill that, quote, limits the consumptive use of data centers, data centers is the term defined by subsection 633622 VV Idaho Code that begin construction on or after July 21st, 2026, may not use water for cooling purposes as consumptive use unless water is tied or supplied by municipal water district or water and sewer district or water system. From my research, the river park is tied into the city water. Is that true? Assuming that's true, then I believe it would fall under that exemption, so they could use cooling towers. So that would change the water usage quite a bit from what he said. So I guess if this is approved, I feel like there needs to be a condition that that's not a thing. That might be a question for like the building department. I mean, I feel like everything else has pretty well been covered, the noise and all the other stuff, but I just thought I'd bring that up.
Thank you.
Yep.
Hello, my name is Crystal Skizzy. I'm a Pocatello resident and have spent almost all my life in Idaho. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I want to talk about my concerns on the public health and welfare. I am impressed by our citizens with their thoughtful research and perspectives, especially since the developers were not able to bring any thoughtful research or perspectives. I agree with the previous negatives, most of them, and look forward to hearing more. I'm also a healthcare worker and previously worked for a nonprofit community health center. Resources for our community are already spread very thin. There are many people who already go without. Idaho is not exempt from the nationwide cost of living crisis. I worry this boom of temporary employment could make that worse here. Would the Department of Labor be staffed or able to address any fallout or increased need from this boom? They have already suffered from many budget cuts from mishandled funds. On an environmental standpoint, would the wildland firefighters be staffed or able to address issues related to possible water shortages, as well as any power and workforce issues? Would the city of Pocatello's fire stations be able to do the same? With what people have said with how short water is in supply, I don't think being in a desert and fire-heavy state can be, undervalued. Many people here do their best they can with very little, and I urge you to avoid anything that could make that worse, especially on the tribal land, since they've already taken a lot of negatives from, development. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I'm Jeannie Hendricks. I didn't.
Oh, hold on. I'm sorry. I apologize. I need to reset the clock.
Okay.
I'm jumping.
I'm Jeannie Hendricks. I'm a native Pocatelloan. My great-grandparents, grandparents, parents, family have all lived here. I went to schools here. I worked at AMI on for 42 years. I do not think this is a serious proposal, period. I worked in engineering. I don't know how many job interviews that I sat in on that people that knew they were going to do a presentation gave a presentation. These people came, had an opportunity to do a presentation and mumbled. They basically gave nothing. Word salad. And I think that the people who have spoken before me spoke probably way more eloquently than I can. In many cases, brought up really great things. The one thing that I didn't hear brought up that I read about is that sometimes when these facilities come in, they come in with NDAs. And I think monitoring is important. And some of those NDAs prevent public records of the monitoring from being accessed by the public. And if we're going to have this, and I don't think that we should, anybody that's going to spend $1 billion or more or two that doesn't care enough to make a decent proposal isn't serious. Period. I think that you know, that should be a consideration. If should it come in, the things that need to be monitored, and it needs to be publicly accessible. That's all I have to say. I can't speak as well as everybody else. Thank you. And thank you for your time and being here and patient.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to jump ahead so much. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Rebecca Wampler, and I've lived in Pocatello for 26 years, which is even longer than I've been waiting here to speak. Almost everything has been covered already, so I just have a few points of emphasis. The first point, it's been mentioned, but according to East Idaho News, the applicant, Lex Developments, is not licensed to do business in Idaho. I think that might be a bare minimum for passing this. The second point, gas turbine pollution. No matter what happens, it seems that at least temporarily gas turbines would be used. According to the Environmental Defense Fund, power plants and industrial facilities fueled by natural gas significantly contribute to several types of air pollution that damage our environment, exacerbate climate change, and pose a serious risk to people's health, including nitrogen oxides, greenhouse gases, and hazardous air pollutants, or HAPs, including cancer-causing formaldehyde. According to a March Politico article, a Harvard-affiliated analysis released this year found that soot emissions from the gas turbines of data centers in a medium-sized city like Pocatello could cause between 53 million and 99 million in annual health impacts, largely in respiratory and cardiac problems. That's if the facility admits the maximum pollution levels allowed by the Clean Air Act. But speaking of the Clean Air Act, we cannot count on an EPA with its enforcement arm completely gutted by the current administration. We cannot count on the EPA to protect us. We cannot count on tech billionaires to protect us. We cannot count on a developer who has had circles run around him by local high schoolers. We need to protect each other, and we need to hold our local government accountable. So in conclusion, Gus, I think you came to the wrong city. Go build it in Gilbert, Arizona. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Chloe Reed. I am not a native Idahoan, but I have lived in our lovely state for 22 years, and I have been a resident of Pocatello for 6 of those. I graduated from Idaho State University in 2024 with a bachelor's degree in communications, and I have absolutely fallen in love with this city and absolutely everyone in it and everything that it has stood for in the past, and I have stayed here ever since my graduation. I know that everyone has talked about several really good points, and so like most other people, I would just like to emphasize some things. I love Pocatello as a community, and that is the main thing I would like to point out. I, from moving here, have felt just such a sense of community, and the culture that Pocatello has is unmatched to any other place that I've resided or visited in the past, and it is the main reason I have stayed here. I have so many friends who are involved in the local community, whether they are small business owners, they are artists, they are developers, and I have the utmost respect for them, and I would like to continue supporting them, and I always try to support local businesses and small artists first. I've heard several pros and cons about I've heard several pros and cons about the inclusion of this data center in our city. The main one being opportunity for employment, which I disagree with. I know that there would be some opportunity there, but in a size of what is proposed, the long run would only offer about 100 or so employees based on news articles I've seen from the Wall Street Journal on other similar sized data centers in the United States. And AI is meant to be self-sustaining, so we don't know in the long term if that'll provide long-term employment opportunities. Also, I know a big con is the water. that is used by these centers. I have heard that this data center is specifically proposing that we have reusable energy with water, which I admire. However, there is also the heat and carbon monoxide releasing into the air. We live in a hot city that also has lots of air pollution issues, and I just don't feel like having a data center here would be helpful in the long term to sustain the community that I've fallen in love with and the people that I would like to support in promoting artificial intelligence in any large scale form. And I would like to keep Pocatello at its roots to what I have fallen in love with it being. So I just wanted to state those things, and I appreciate all of you for being here today, and we have a great community here, and I would love to keep it that way. Thank you for your time, ma'am.
Thank you.
Hello. My name is Tracy King. I'm a resident of Pocatello. I've been here for 37 years. And I have a social anxiety disorder, panic disorder. So if I'm here, you know that it's really important to me, that this issue is really important to me. So I am against having a plant in Pocatello. And first of all, the sound, people have brought that up already. That's going to be continuous sound, 24/7. And it's going to be, at least in some places, it will be on the order of the sound of a jackhammer. And then I don't think I heard anyone mention anything about the infrasound that it will cause. That's a sound that is felt, and the elephants use it for communicating over many miles. So that's something that can cause headaches, insomnia, anxiety, and other maladies. Also, I'd like to point out that, of course, we live in a desert. It's hard to remember that sometimes because the city is so green, but if we didn't water our yards, we would be living in a sagebrush grassland community with like a couple of tree species and maybe some willow down by the river. So also I've seen mink down by the river. I use the Abrazuski Trail a lot and the Sacagawea Park. And I don't think I'd be able to use the Abrazuski Trail anymore because of the sound, really. Because I really have sensitive hearing. And so let's see what else I have. The temperature I'm concerned about because for a long time scientists have said that the 2 to 3 degree Fahrenheit change in temperature will really change, worldwide would have a catastrophic effect on our resources, on where we can grow foods, where rain will fall. So we would have big parts of populations that will, undergo famine. Then I think it's your website, but on other places, it says that property values should go up. I believe it should be the opposite. I think they will actually go down. Also, let's see, the computer components will become obsolete pretty quickly. And so I haven't seen anywhere where it says that where that's going to be, like if it's going to be put in the landfill, whatever, that's going to be pretty toxic stuff. So I agree also, we are going to have few long-term jobs. And so I think all the negatives are just going to outweigh the positives.
Okay, I'm sorry, but your time is up.
That's good. I think I'm finished.
Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Zach Jelke. I live here in Pocatello. I do Uber. I was driving a passenger a few weeks ago, and we discussed my net velocity, I think he said, is about a half mile my whole life, because I live half mile away from where I was born. And I live in Pocatello, and I love Pocatello. I live here intentionally. I live here on purpose. A lot of people have pointed out there's other opportunities in other places. I like Pocatello. This is my home. And when I saw this article about the data center, I was irritated, to say the least, outraged, probably a little bit more of an accurate description. But I'm really impressed with the people that we've seen tonight, and I did not expect there to be so many people. I did not expect my feet to be so tired from standing and waiting. But I'm glad. I'm glad that everybody here has done research and brought up good, valid points. I'm really irritated that the applicant apparently didn't. There's very little I do in my life that doesn't involve a spreadsheet or a plan or anything like that. There's nothing I approach where I don't know every detail about it before I get started. And this guy, I don't even know. I don't even know how you walk up and give that kind of a presentation and not feel just embarrassment. And I think it's a sign of disrespect and a lack of concern, caring, or regard for anybody in this community. This is obviously a soulless cash grab. This guy doesn't care what the long-term effects are. He's got the land. He's going to do with it what he wants to do with it. He's going to get his money. He's going to get out. Who cares about us, right? And I just think that it's irresponsible, I think, after everything we've heard tonight in regards to the public interest. And honestly, I think there probably would have been a lot more people here if people were more aware of it. I don't think most people were. We don't want this here. Nobody wants this here. That guy wants this here. That guy stands to make a lot of money. We don't. We only stand to lose from this construction. And I think that in and of itself says we should not be doing this. So, I mean, yeah, to say I would be embarrassed to be so unprepared for something is ridiculous. For the amount of people that showed up to show how much they care about this, I would be ashamed to give a presentation like that. So, yeah, let's say no to this.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
My name is Theodore Pollock. I live over in Old Town. I think I'm one of the only people who checked neutral on that sheet. So if I get rocks thrown at me outside. But I do want to say that I think a lot of people have pointed out that their impression is that it's not a serious application. Actually, that was kind of, well, my first impression was looking at this like an engineer, and I was looking at, what about the cooling? What about this and what about that, the details? And then I realized it's not about that. It's what this really is it's probing a small community looking for weakness. That's why it's vague. It's looking for a small community that perhaps would go along with something that other more well-funded communities would say, we're not going to do that. That's a no. And so in this being a somewhat not serious application, which it is, I mean, I work in licensing. I've written more on a napkin than this. I mean, it's not a serious application, so don't give it a serious answer. I mean, the immediate answer should be no. I'm not even against a data center necessarily, but if you do it the right way. You permit a serious application, and this one isn't. And also, I think that the timing is pretty unfortunate because data centers are a very low return for a community. And unfortunately, we lost LA Semiconductor. So the timing of, on the one hand, we've lost about, 350 jobs, and we're looking at something that potentially has some pretty serious impacts for a minimal return to the community. It's the kind of thing that we need to be thinking about when we go forward to have the long-term planning to say, if somebody's getting close to something and say, we just need a little bit more of a tax break. We need a little bit more help from the community. We need a little bit more help from the state to get this through. No. If it's really as good as it's cracked up to be, you pay the taxes, you submit a real application, you do it the right way, and the city approves these things the right way. So let's be smart about it and not just give somebody, open the door for them to do something that is not very well thought through.
Thank you. No, you may not. I don't. Howard likes them to come up. Okay, and then, yeah, he gets a chance to rebut as well. Shall we have him first? Okay. I'd like to invite Idaho Power up. I have a few questions for you, please.
Yes, Mrs. Examiner.
One of the statements that was made is that the taxpayers would bear the study, the cost of an initial study, or the ratepayers, I should say, not taxpayers. Is that correct?
That was a question, but that is not correct. Just to kind of give you a viewpoint on how it would work, our process, and just to be clear, we're neutral in these things.
Yes.
We have an obligation to serve all customers, and so if the city decides that they're going to go this route, we have an obligation to serve. And our process is that once there is a request for a certain amount of megawatts, those studies are all paid upfront by the person requesting that megawatt. So those are all paid by the customer.
So they would not bear on those of us who pay
Correct.
our electric bills now.
That is correct.
Is it common for the rates to raise if this were to go forward and this company needed 100 megawatts? How would that impact the current rate holders?
Great question as well. We have lots of large load requests that come into us, and we have a large load process that we follow. Essentially what we do is we do studies and determine how long it would take to get that request and then how much money it would take to get that request. We're somewhat unique in Idaho. So there's lots of national news about how rates have gone up, and those are unique to those states. Idaho's different. We've had a framework in which we have been able to keep costs relatively low. We're 20 to 30% lower than national average. And so how we do that is basically growth pays for growth. So the applicant would be completely responsible for all costs incurred in the system for upgrades to substation, transmission, generation, all of that. They would be responsible for those upgrades, and they would not impact the ratepayers.
Okay, I think those were all my questions that I had from today's.
Okay.
So thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity.
I'm sorry.
Yes. Yep, my name is Matt Stuckey. I'm the Regional Customer Relations Manager with Idaho Power. You're welcome.
Jen here. I want to know if it's a tax increment financing district.
It is, yeah.
Okay, all right.
Well, you want me to come, you can ask me. My name is Brent McLean. I'm the planning director for the city of Pocatello. I'll let you go ahead and ask your questions.
It was brought up that this is a tax increment financing district. Is that still in existence?
Yes, it is. It has a couple years left before it closes, but it is currently in a tax increment financing district.
So any improvements, if I understand TIFs correctly, the value of the improvement goes into the tax increment financing district?
It would, yes.
Okay.
And then at the time the district closes, then
It reverts back to the.
to the
Thank you.
the taxing entities.
Okay.
Yeah.
At this point, the applicant has an opportunity for rebuttal, so if he is available, if he'd like to come forward. If you'd state your name again, please.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Gus Schultz. Thank you. You've been here a long time. And thank everybody for the city and all the people that showed up. I'm grateful to hear what I've heard. I've taken consideration a lot of the stuff that I've heard, and there's some things, they're valid points, and what they've said, I can't say they're not true. I only know what I'm doing. And our next step in this is getting a CUP. And from my understanding, it's, does it qualify for a CUP? And I believe it does. The city can service it, the water can service it. We've already talked to the water, talked to sewer, we've talked to power. We have all these things in place to service it already. And as we go through the process of permitting, we will have more details as we design this. And at the end of the day, the city gets to tell us what we can and can't do. They can put restrictions on anything they want, and they can make us change something if they don't like it. So as we go through this process, there'll be more that we'll all learn and know how, and all the EPA studies and all these other studies that we need to do. If we need to do that, we're going to do those. We're going to comply with what the city wants. So again, I thank you for your time and all that you've done, and everybody that's been here.
Thank you. All right. I am going to declare this hearing closed at 9:58 p.m. And I just wanted to review that this process forward, my decision is final and binding, except through an appeals process to the City Council. If the applicant or any other affected persons do not agree with the decision, you have 14 days from the date of my decision to appeal in writing to the City Council. At that time, additional fees may be required, and a new timeline will be established for the City Council consideration of the appeal. My written decision will be made available here at the offices of the city staff by noon on Tuesday, May 19th. Thank you all for your time and coming, and good night.